And we're
Right.
live.
We're live, I suppose, because it decided it was not going to play our intro. I don't know why it did that. So we are live. I was sitting here looking at the screen like, why isn't it playing the intro? It just, I don't know. For some reason, StreamYard, I set the intro and then it didn't play it. Very fun.
I was like, oh yeah, we're live. I think we're doing this. We're immediately in. I don't hear my raps coming into this, but whatever. It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. We don't have to have every single episode with the start like that.
That was very weird. But here, for the sake of it.
Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
There you go. Intro. There. Very strange way to start our show. But nonetheless, we are here. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, I am here with the artist behind that intro, Righteous Reg.
I appreciate you letting me hear myself. It's always a great way to start my Saturday mornings. And Grapsody doesn't feel the same without your boy here starting off. It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. It's Saturday morning, Phil. I'm feeling good for a change. I got getting away from the internet and things. Very weird on the internet last night. I don't know if you saw. I don't know what the hell was going on, but
I wasn't.
It was weird. There was a rumor that somebody was dead. You didn't see that?
Yeah. I was just like, if he internet is
weird. What is the internet, Phil?
I was just like, if a sitting president was dead, it would be like a massive news story. It wouldn't be just like this rumor floating around. It would be a pretty big deal. Yeah,
I don't think it would be gossip on social media. Like, do you know? I think he knows. I think no, this is not how this thing works. Oh
yeah.
My god.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, nah, I'm not doing this with y'all.
It was log off. It was so weird because I had started watching the ROH pay-per-view, then I went out to dinner, and then I came back, so I didn't want any spoilers. So I wasn't on the internet. So I watched the rest of the ROH show, and then I got online and I was like, huh? I was so confused because there were so many tweets about it. Like the timeline was flooded, and I was like, what is everyone talking about? Like, what happened here? And then I just turned my phone back off.
Yeah.
So
weird that people thought that was real. I saw people that were giving up to Cuz Phil Lewis because they were like, nah, if he didn't report it, it ain't real. And that's how I think about a lot of things. Like if Cuz ain't reported, it ain't real. If you guys don't know why I call him Cuz, we essentially have the exact same name. My mother's maiden name is Lewis, and so we essentially have the same name. And I keep thinking like I'm gonna find out at some point that he's related to me in some way.
There's gonna be some connection at some point. It gotta be.
But yeah, Cuz said it ain't real, so
yeah,
it ain't real, bro.
He didn't drop it. I'm not listening to you. Not listening to a bunch of hearsay and tweets and bots on the internet now. That could be anything in the world. Just a weird way to end the night, but also a little bit funny too. Like people were just like, I don't care if he is. I'm saying he is. Now I'm like, y'all are just.
I don't think you can just write your own reality. But
cannot do this.
I don't think you could do that. Yeah, and other kind of like massive news. I was shocked by this Thursday night. Funkmaster Flex is leaving his usual time slot on Hot 97. Flex started this by posting in all caps on his Twitter that this September 1st is going to be his last show on Hot 97. So this immediately made people think like, wait a minute, Flex is leaving Hot 97? Like, he was tweeting it in like end of an era and all this other stuff. And I was just like, nah, this is crazy. Flex leaving Hot 97 is crazy.
Reminiscing, I hear bombs drop. Everybody posting their favorite Flex clips, and it felt like we were mourning Funkmaster Flex. We had been hearing him on the radio for so long, for a couple of hours at least, Phil.
Yeah, like it was people that were, of course, posting a clip of the Otis premiere and so many other like famous Funkmaster Flex rants. What a legend! What a legend in radio. Hip hop would not be what it is if it wasn't for him. When we talked about an Ask Grapsody, Emilio like called Cypher Sounds, and Cypher Sounds talked about like what Funkmaster Flex meant to New York radio and like how colossal this guy is. And so yeah, like Cypher Sounds was on speakerphone talking about like what Funkmaster Flex means to hip hop radio and the amount of like songs that he broke. And it's not just like this guy is like a big New York radio host. I mean, like hip hop is what it is, and like a lot of things we know of hip hop are Funkmaster Flex. I mean, I get on this show and make a joke out of doing flex bombs because of this guy. Like, and there's so many clones that have come up after him that have tried to be Flex, that have tried to copy certain things he's done. Yeah, so that all in itself was funny for Thursday night at least. So drop a flex bomb for Flex. Yeah, it's only right. That's so this went for a few hours, and then I can't remember if it was TMZ that reported it first. It might have been Cuz too, because Cuz was like, nah, it sounds like he's just leaving his time slot. And so then that turned into he's just leaving his regular time slot, which his regular time slot is a pretty big deal. Him leaving that time slot is a huge deal.
He's been there for so long.
But it's quite different than him leaving Hot 97 in general. So that news came out, and then we got that clip of Enough. I don't know if you've seen this.
I did see it.
There's a lot to take in about this. It seems like DJ Enough, who has been a fixture at Hot 97 for over 20 years, this is him actually leaving Hot 97.
Yes.
And it sounds like Flex is going to take his time slot. Now, based off what Enough says, it sounds like Flex forced his way into that time slot and forced Enough out. Now, we don't know that to be true.
Nobody knows.
That is just seemingly what Enough believes. Now,
and that's kind of how radio has worked. Like Enough is like, I've seen this so many times before. This is probably his first thing is probably like Funkmaster Flex did this.
Yeah. Nah. The idea of Flex walking in there was like, nah, enough. Get this guy out of here. That's my time slot now.
Enough. We've had enough, and I wanted time. But you feel so bad for Enough because he's a legendary figure. He's also broke artist and introduced us to a lot of things. So for him to go out there and be like immediate conspiracy theorist, Funkmaster Flex did this, was upsetting. And then that got people, Phil, of course, to be like, oh yeah, these are all the times Funkmaster Flex has been on some shady shit. So it's like, I don't know where to feel and stand on this.
It immediately turned into that where people were like, yeah. And by the way, it turned into like one of those, and he owe me $5 type things. Like people start coming out like, yeah, he been shady. Like, wait, weren't we just celebrating him like less than 24 hours ago? Now all of a sudden
he been shady as hell funny.
It got wicked for a second, bro.
Yeah, it turned around real fast, man. It turned around real fast for Flex. And I was like, damn, man, this is kind of sad because Enough doesn't deserve this. And it's unfortunate that this is happening. When the Flex stuff happened, I started thinking about Howard Stern and how he's going to leave his show. I was like, man, this is kind of like that time for that. And then Flex was just playing a bit on us. I probably was even worse for Enough that this guy's on the internet yelling on his tweet saying that this is the end of the legendary run. All caps. I can hear him.
All caps. End of an era. Bro. The idea that
end of an era.
The idea that he's not actually leaving Hot 97 and he's treating it like he's leaving Hot 97, but Enough is actually the one that's leaving Hot 97, right. and it may or may not because of him. Is wow.
I just think of them in the office. They bring in one of the cakes for the day, and Enough's like, "Damn, man, y'all about to celebrate me," and it actually says for Funkmaster Flex.
Nah, that's your stuff in that box over there, though. You know, like, we cleaned out the studio for you. It's right over there.
We got you, man. We got you some old singles in there. We're really paid tribute to it. But come have some of this Flex cake.
Nah, everything about this is wild.
Oh man,
I don't know what to make of this. Like I said, it is a pretty big deal that Flex is leaving his time slot, moving somewhere else. But just the rumblings around this, that enough is being forced out, and what this could mean for Hot 97. I wonder who's going to take like Flex's time slot. I wonder what this means for like the morning show with like Ebro and those guys. I don't know. But yeah, what are 24 hours of this? He still hasn't actually had his final show at that time slam slot. That will be on September 1st, Labor Day. What a day to get like your final show on Labor Day. People are going to be barbecuing, kicking it. And Flex is going to be on the radio, getting his bombs off, getting his bars off, letting y'all know end of an era. But I ain't really going nowhere. Maybe he planned to come at the end and give like a Wolf of Wall Street like speech and like, I ain't going. I'm still here.
But he convinced everybody that he was going first, though. Like, that's not like he didn't do the speech first. I am fucking leaving, and then come back 2 minutes later. Just kidding. I'm not fucking leaving.
I ain't leaving.
Great bit. It was classic Funkmaster Flex, classic radio, classic hip hop. Like, of course, this is the way it would go. I just thought that Funkmaster Flex, this is on me, was older and had reflected on his past things that he had done badly and was like, maybe I'll be better moving forward. It doesn't sound like it. I don't know the full story, like you said, Phil, but like on the surface, I'm like, Flex. Not like you've been on the radio. Enough has been a co-host and a co-worker of yours for that long.
Yeah. Instead we're getting the Flex salmon jacket. He's acting like, nah, I'm out of here, man. I've had my time, end of an era. All of those, I appreciate all of the stuff you said. Everybody sharing that Tyler clip over again of him doing that freestyle, people sharing the designer freestyle, and like all these other fantastic moments. I appreciate you guys, but I ain't going nowhere. We still here. We still screaming at you.
Do you think that the DJ Enough News stepped on his Labor Day rollout of that? Because he could have been like, had us up to that moment thinking he was leaving, and then on Labor Day been like, psych, but they stepped on it.
Psych. Well, in Enough's defense, it doesn't seem like he planned to come out and do this.
Right.
It looked like one of those like street interviews when he was coming out the door, and they asked him about it because the rumor was already out there. Because, like I said, I think it was TMZ that initially reported that he was moving time slots, and then like I saw like Phil Lewis reported. I saw a bunch of other people start jumping on that he was moving time slots. So maybe by the time Enough was walking out the building, somebody was like, "Yeah, let's ask Enough about it," and Enough was like, "Yes, this seems like some shady stuff."
It's looking kind of crazy up there. I wasn't expecting to be packing up my desk today, but here we are. Unfortunate. Radio, where people stand on listening and consuming that's another story for another day. Wouldn't understand how these things are moving forward. But for hip hop, this is a big deal, like Phil's saying, Flex moving spots. DJ Enough, I'm sure he'll do something great off of the back.
Yeah, he said in that video that he's already got some offers. He plans to go take some vacation, take some time off and process. And then, of course, he's got some offers. He'll be back.
I hope that he does it. I mean, it'll be great, but also like, don't get a podcast because like you can right now. Like he's going to have a bunch of amazing stories, but you can't be another one. But can you? I don't know.
I mean, if he just did a podcast and had like guests on there, it'd be cool.
Right. But also, I don't know.
Speaking of podcasts, every week I keep thinking like, how long is this Fat Joe and Jadakiss thing gonna last? Because this week, the clips of their interview with Stove God,
dope,
fucking hilarious, bro. Stove God is doing the hook from FICO, and
Fat
Joe's response to it while he's doing it. He couldn't be more excited about it. Fat Joe, for some reason, during this interview, told Stove God that the first time he heard him was on a clipped album, and I was like, how is that possible? This is a hip hop outlet. You're a rapper. How have you not heard any Stove God verse before this? Like,
he's been on a West Side Gun album with Stove God, not the same song, but like you're on that album, and Stove God is also on this album. So
yeah, I was yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of Joe sometimes, man. He's very clearly lying sometimes, but sometimes I'm like, what's going on?
The clip I saw of him saying he's the realest rapper since Tupac, and I'm like, Joe, I don't even.
All right, Joe. All right.
I think you could.
Let's back it up a little bit.
He's telling a lot. Like he's telling a lot of stories on this. But like every week, it's like 20 news stories of like a heroic feat he did. Like, yeah, I fought off 20 dudes. I stopped a bank robbery. It'd be like, you did. How did you have time to do all this and be a giant rap star? I don't understand it,
bro. Ari Spears on there, and Ari Spears is like, man, Joe, that's just one bar that you got off. And then he says the bar, and Jada's just sitting there looking. He's like, wait a minute, that's my line. And Joe was ready to take credit for it and everything. He was getting ready to like tell a whole story with how he came up with it. And Jada's like, nah, that's my line.
I'm so happy that Jada stepped on it because he was ready to get into where he composed it, how he came up with it, first one ever. Jada immediately had to be like, nah. And I think in the bar, the actual bar, Jada, Joe pays tribute to Jada like immediately after the bar too. They didn't even get to that part.
Bro, hilarious, man.
Ari Spears, he stinks though. I hate that they had him on there.
Yeah, he's had some questionable moments recently. Hip hop wise, like him being on there, that was interesting. Just him being attached to that is funny. The other clip that I keep thinking about is him on Vlad, and he's making fun of the Will Smith freestyle. If you've seen that, very funny. Very, very funny.
Act bizarre.
Get the fuck out of here. That shit garbage.
He's right on that, man. Damn, the Fresh Prince. You saw he had the AI crowd.
No, I didn't see that. They keep trying to throw things on Will Smith's jacket, man. Like
every time, dog. I'm like, what is this? I know there's been like post the slap kind of a like we're out on this guy and we're kind of it's slander at all points, but this is pretty ridiculous. Like everything he does now, people are like, this is the worst song I ever heard, worst video. I can't believe he's out here. And I'm like, it's not like that.
What's going on? Speaking of Joe and podcasters from New York, Mark Lamont Hill was also in the news this week because Mark Lamont Hill was front row at the show. Shout out to Smoke Dizza and West Side Gun.
Shout out to them.
To do fourth rope. Mark Lamont Hill was front row and he got super kicked by Enzo. I don't know how this happened. I don't know if it was a work. It looked like it was work based on the way Mark was like acting afterwards, the way he laid down and the way he was like, nah, he snuck me. I was like, okay, this looks like a work. Because at first I was like, did he just like come out there and just kick this guy? Like, what happened? The video in itself was wild because at first I just saw the video of Mark Lamont Hill is knocked out.
He's down.
Fourth rope show. I was like, what? And so once I saw the video, I was like, okay, this looks like a work. It's fine.
It looks like wrestling for sure with all the stuff, the aftermath, the Enzo like running away.
Yeah, and he's just like, he was like, that's what you get. Like he's doing his like Enzo voice. That's what you get. Next time, don't stand front row or whatever he's saying. So yeah, I think it was fine. But the other cool thing about it was this was brought up on like Chicks, because that's how I saw it. I saw on the Chicks News channel, and then I saw it covered some other places that don't usually cover wrestling. And then they got into this happened at a fourth rope show, and then they explained what fourth row is, and I was like, pretty smart, pretty smart.
I didn't think of it that way, and also great way to switch the narrative because that immediately made me think of that other incident. Was that this week? Like it's been a long time. I'm like, damn, I don't know.
That was also this week. I guess that's a good way to segue into.
I forgot. It's been so long. I feel like.
The other big news coming out of this week was Raja Jackson at the indie show this week. A pretty horrible situation. Everything about it just looks insane. The story looks like he was backstage at an indie wrestling show. What is the name of the promotion before I look it up?
Knox Pro.
Knox Pro, that's right.
Yeah.
He's at Knox Pro, which is Rikishi's indie promotion. And he's backstage. The guy Psycho Stu, he did like the work, hit somebody on the head with a beer can.
Yes.
And he was just playing around with him. And so then that turned into Raja being really upset and him wanting to fight the guy. And then, Stu had apologized. He thought it was cleared up, but this led to the guy was supposed to get in the ring with Stu and then like work an angle. It was supposed to be him getting a receipt. Now, I immediately have issues with that part about it.
Yes.
Because that doesn't make sense at all. When you say receipt, and I'm so glad that I think it was Hurricane Helms that was like, nah, that's not what a receipt is. Because that's not what a receipt is. Receipt is if you take an errant punch or something in a match and then I give you a receipt like, nah, don't do that again. Like it's a real punch. This was not what this was. It was this guy playing around backstage, and he even told him in the video where he apologized, like, I'm sorry, I thought you were a worker. I was just playing. Like, and so yeah, so he gets in there. He's supposed to, I guess, like get his lick back, and then that's it. He slams Stu down, and you could see with the way the angle he picked him up on, and the second he landed, I was like, oh, he's out. He was knocked out the second he hit the ground. Then Raja's like over him, ground and pound, punched him like over a dozen times, and it looked bad. The way his head was bouncing up afterwards, it looked terrible. Everything around it looked like it was mishandled. I was surprised that nobody got him off Stu before it got really bad. Like they let this continue before somebody like got him off, and that's why initially because I saw people like this looks like a work, and I was like, nah, the way he's hitting him, that the punches were not at all. Those definitely look like real punches, but I could see people thinking it was a work because people let this go on as long as it did.
As the punches were happening, you're thinking, what? Somebody get in there, somebody stop this, and he's just still going at it. That's the part that made it look like a work, but the punches are not at all. The punches are like, oh my god, this guy's trying to murder this guy's. People have been saying,
Yeah. Stu ended up going to hospital. He was unconscious. Luckily, he is fine now. I mean, relatively fine. He is conscious again. It sounds like he knocked out some teeth. Like at one point, like I was reading, they were saying that he was like choking on his own teeth, which is horrible.
That video we got, it came after the outrage and after people went crazy. Somebody pinned him.
Yeah. Afterwards. Yeah, just shut it down. Like, why are we trying to continue and act like this is a match? Like this is supposed to happen? No.
Shut this all down.
Yeah, it was awful. Just like Rampage Jackson's response to it immediately also was a bit tone deaf. I didn't understand. Yeah, everything about this was just awful, and I just thought like, yeah, can wrestling just be normal for once and people like not be weird? Just yeah, everything about this was really awful. WWE ID has immediately, like, I mean, within 24 hours, they stepped away from Knox Pro.
Yep.
Then, like, the clip of AJ backstage seemingly encouraging him to get in the ring and get a receipt, which I still don't like calling it a receipt because that's not what a receipt is. But encouraging him to get in the ring, and that in itself looked crazy, and people were talking about that. Well wishes to Stu.
Yes.
He's got a GoFundMe out there. Donate to him if you can. Everything around it, and the story is that Stu was like a veteran and he had PTSD, and he got into wrestling for something to find comfort in something, and this kind of thing happens to him. That's really awful.
This streamer stuff, that part was crazy, Phil, because like he was like streaming backstage, and
it was on the Kick streaming app.
Wrestling. Yeah. I for so long known wrestling backstages to be so sacred, and you can't have cameras, you can't talk about all these things. We shouldn't have seen the beer bottle incident or the beer can incident and what happened afterwards. We shouldn't have seen the AJ part where he's like, hey, give him a risk. I'm like, why are we seeing all this part? This has been sacred for years and years, and they haven't let people back here. And then I was like, oh, this seems a little bit familiar. Where's this happening? Why would people have this idea? But that's another story for another day. As someone who has been in the wrestling business and has been backstage and a part in ringside, seeing that was horrific. Knowing that wrestlers give their bodies to each other, like they depend and trust that another guy's not gonna kill them and not gonna put them unconscious and put them in the hospital and not let them go and see their families after this match. Like, that's the first rules. Like, are we going to protect each other? We could have all this beef, we could have anything, but like, will we be protected when we get to the ring? And to see that unprotected moment happen was unbelievable. The thing about nobody getting him up, Phil, was driving me crazy, because like every moment you've ever seen pre this of like a fan or somebody getting into the ring, you see the wrestler start stomping the fool out, the referee will stomp the fool, like everybody in the vicinity, wrestlers will start coming from backstage to stomp a fool out. They just watched. I'm like, why are they just watching this? What is happening here? They're watching their coworker and friend to a lot of these fools be assaulted. Like, as wrestlers, what's real and what's not real. So when this guy's throwing actual full blown punches to your friend and there's blood coming out of his mouth, do something about this. Like, even if you're like, oh, I didn't know what was going on, there's no way to fake this. There's no way to do this and clue and try to trick you guys. So stop this thing. So I was just like yelling at the screen, stop this, stop this, stop this. And they're not stopping this. It took one guy to finally get him off and to do these things. It was just so unfortunate, and wrestling doesn't need that at this time, seeing something like that, because the talks around it were awful. First thing I saw was Rampage Jackson's son attacks WWE wrestler, and it's like, wait, what happened? And then the WWID affiliation and the stuff surrounding that, and the wrestlers, how a lot of the wrestlers that were trained then in that company acted. The dude that did the promo afterwards outside, but he didn't say one word. I'm like, what was happening here? There's
that all of that stuff did not reflect very well
with the group chat. I'm like, this is awful.
That didn't reflect well on Knox Pro. The report that they encouraged the wrestlers to not speak to the authorities afterwards, which is very shameful on so many levels. But yeah, everything about it just was like, it just was all really gross.
Don't snitch. I've heard too much about snitching this week, Phil. It's crazy.
Which just another, we don't want to get. I don't want to get into how people use snitch wrong and all.
Absolutely not. Oh my god.
Okay, we already had enough of the Young Thug stuff this week. I'm like, okay, I'm good. But yeah, I everything about this just makes me uneasy, and I saw quite a few people that are like, "Yep, this is why, maybe we need to stop acting like everybody can wrestle, and that wrestling is an open door for anybody that just has a dream of getting in there to wrestle. Because sometimes just be a fan." And I totally understand that. I totally understand wrestlers that I've seen tweeting to that degree.
Viral moments, man, they are. Because that's what they wanted. They're like, this guy's Rampage son, he's on this streaming thing, he has this following, we'll get a viral moment, Rampage will talk about it, like it'll be a thing. And it's like, it's not all worth it, man.
This is what I insinuated last week, by the way, when I was saying, when the biggest company in the world does things, it inspires the rest of the business to do things. And I am no way trying to say that this is WWE's fault. But I do think this trend of, any celebrity can wrestle and we can teach anybody to wrestle and we can just allow anybody into the business and anybody should know what these terms mean and be allowed in a locker room. No, I think it's time to put the China wall back up. It's time to get the wall up, and sometimes keep people in the stands. Some people should just be fans.
filming backstage. You should know these terms. WWE Unreal. I'm not pointing anything, but I'm saying things are encouraged. If you see it, then everybody's going to start going about that way. And that's what it looked like here. It looks like, hey, let's broadcast this. If we make a good thing, we could do a documentary. Like you just, the floodgates have been opened, Phil, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, it's a pro and a con to everything. And I think when you do these kind of things and you let, influencers and celebrities into the business, and this is a guy that clearly just should not have been in a wrestling ring or anywhere around the backstage area in wrestling, because that's where this essentially started. He should not have been back there. And again, this opens a dialogue with who should be allowed back there and who should be allowed in a ring. And that's why I'm like, I totally understand wrestlers that are like, yep, bring back gatekeeping, gatekeep wrestling, because some of these guys don't need to be in the ring.
I hated that they're using like the term when they're using receipt and these terms with he's never trained a day in his life. He don't know these terms. He doesn't know what a receipt. If you got to teach him what the terms are, why are you telling him the terms? You know what I mean?
Well, also, the term receipt is also used in MMA. He's a trained MMA fighter, and so receipt in his mind might mean something totally different.
Totally different than wrestling receipts. You know what I mean?
So, I just think everything around it was just handled very poorly. Some of the discourse around it has been kind of nasty as well. Certain people podcast and just like, I don't know, you should be saying that. The other promotion that is the other promotions that is like trying to make light of this and acted like they were gonna book the guy, and they made like a whole joke post about it. Nah, not the time.
That guy's done a bunch of silly things before. He got exactly what he wanted. TMZ talked about it. That's what that guy wanted. He wasn't really gonna book that guy. He's done stunts like this before. He wanted to have national news, and TMZ talked about it. He thinks he succeeded. He's like, I did this great thing. I did a bit. That's so funny. You guys are all dumb. And that's kind of how he functions. What a, carny idiot. But wrestling, they're trying to make wrestling great again, Phil. I don't know, man. Feels old school.
Yeah. It was scary when I saw it at first, and I was looking at just how heavy he was going with them punches. It just like, I was like, yeah, this looks awful, man.
He was already knocked out off the slam, and all these are just punches to an unconscious body. Oh my God,
it was embarrassing to watch, man. And I felt like Knox Pro could have handled it better. And of course, like, I'm not going to sit and blame everybody at Knox Pro, but I do think that they could have handled it better. They put out their statement afterwards, and after the fact, it just looked worse. The more and more stuff I kept seeing, like the more stuff I saw from his stream, the more stuff I heard about, Knox Pro's handling of it. I was like, not a good look. Not a good look at all.
Sometimes it's like, hey, can you provide more context here? Maybe we need to know more. So the more we started figuring out, I'm like, man, we need to know less. This is you guys are doing horrible business all around. Unbelievable. But yeah, love out to Stu. That was great to see the GoFundMe. So many people were donating to him and helping him out, because we know how horrible hospital bills and things could be. So hopefully that helps a ton with this hospital stuff, and hopefully he's able to get out of there pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's twofold. This country doesn't take the best care of our veterans.
They do not.
They have shown on multiple occasions that, sending people off to war and, celebrating veterans in a way when they come back is one thing, but they don't treat the veterans like they should. They don't always act like they care about our veterans. And so that is immediate worry that he may not have had the care that he needed. And then on top of that, wrestlers, a lot of times when they're done with this business or when they get injured in a way, the business don't take care of them. And so very good to see so many people coming out of their pocket and giving out of kindness of their heart to him. Like I said, his GoFundMe is still up if you guys want to donate to that. Well wishes to him again. Hopefully he's doing better. Yeah, just a horrific situation, man.
Whew, hopefully we could prevent them from happening in the future, and hopefully we could cut off a couple of these veterans podcast mics, because I don't. What's the point? What are y'all doing?
Yeah.
What are they satisfying with these takes sometimes? So I don't under. I'm like, why did you say that?
It's tough because, of course, veterans in this business deserve their respect for what they gave to the business and their knowledge of the business. Absolutely. But sometimes I'm like, I don't think you need to say that. It's cool. It's fine. We ain't need it. It's fine.
We did not need that, but here we are. They're at the point that they don't care. Also, they're like, I got a mic now. I got a following of people. I'm gonna say what I want to say. But it was just crazy in that situation. Cut all the Rampage's family stuff off because he be streaming too much too. I'm like, y'all just need to take a break from all this. Stop.
He said some things in the immediate aftermath that were a bit strange.
His immediate thing was, I'll fight all those wrestlers. And I was like, that's not what this is.
Yeah, but he's since said that Raja should be held to accountability for the situation. And he's correct. I do think that he should be held accountable. There should be some consequences to this. I hope this isn't one of those things where it just goes away and we stop talking about it. I do think that he should be held accountable for this.
Definitely. This is, I don't even know the terms for that. It's just one of the most horrible things I've ever seen in a wrestling ring for somebody just trying to go and get a payday, man. So again, love out to Stu. Hopefully it gets better. Do better wrestling promotions. Do not let shit happen like this for a fucking moment.
Yeah, sometimes the moments ain't worth it, man. Like this was definitely not worth the bad press that it brought to Knox Pro. And
you lost your little stamp.
Yeah, and it just wasn't worth the bad press that it brought to wrestling in general. I thought it was just an embarrassing moment for pro wrestling.
Mm-hmm. I saw a bunch of non-wrestling fans laughing at this, and I fucking hated it. And it's like, we don't need that shit, man.
Yeah. Send us in your super chats. Mm-hmm. That is the best way to get your chats read on this very podcast. You can also send us a chat at humperchats.com/Fightful.
That's a fact. We always appreciate Humper's super chats. If you send them in, you get them read here on the air. We always appreciate everyone's support every Saturdays and all the time. So we're going to get into a couple of these super chats and move forward. The homie Grapple Geekery says, I'm going to need Phil to lead a deep dive into why you two haven't quit Fightful over SRS slandering the new Superman movie. I kid, of course.
Yeah, he was trying to tell you guys on our 200th episode that he thinks that movie's boring. And I was just like, oh, okay. And I didn't even humor him. But he tried to tell y'all. So I already knew how he felt before I saw him talking about it on Twitter. And I was like, yeah, I don't agree, but I feel you.
Like, he didn't even think twice. He was just like, boring, hated it, didn't like it. I'm like, oh, all right. You feel it's a strong opinion, too. He wasn't like, these are parts that I like. Like, boring immediately is like, this is how I feel. That's okay. Everybody doesn't have to like everything. Appreciate you, Grapple Geekery. The homie Van Twinblade says, thank you, ROH pay-per-view service manager, for shitting the bed so I could watch the show. Great work all around. Logan Paul can still fuck a... What is FOAD?
I have no idea.
Get the fuck out of here, I'm guessing. Number people suck.
Yeah. I've seen other people
and die. Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's crazy. that's crazy.
I'm like, wait, let me figure it out. Oh, I figured it out. Oh no.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just like I had a friend at an office I used to work for, and he was like, "What does ESD mean?" And I was like, "Eat, shit, and die." He was like, "That's what it means." I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, man. Sometimes you just got to get to the point with a couple of letters. But yeah, we're going to get into the ROH pay-per-view and the things surrounding it. Van Twinblade, very exciting night of things that happened last night. And we'll get into Logan Paul too, I guess. The other Mikey V says, what's even left to say about Bandito now? Wrestler of the year. I mean, we're going to get to it.
What a great year for Bandito, man.
He's still got 4 more months to blow our minds, man. I don't think we're done here. We're going to get into it, Mike. Appreciate that. The homie Eloquent says, put some respect on QT Marshall's name.
Yeah. We'll get into his Ring of Honor match in a few.
A really good one. I'm going to have a very fun talking about that one, Eloquent. Appreciate you. Good morning, my friend. Busby says, I take great pride in breaking the news that Aubrey bought a fake Tupac chain. Also, I thought today was Clash in Paris. LOL.
Nope. Clash in Paris is on Sunday. Yeah.
He's the one that broke this news, Bill. I didn't know that.
You broke the news, Busby. I don't know. Like, where's the accreditation for this? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Aubrey in this whole, I'm trying to buy all of these like hip hop artifacts and be like, haha, look, I own you guys' history. I don't think you should keep doing that. It shows that he still hasn't learned a lesson from this whole beef. And even like the stuff with him sitting down with Bobby Altoff, it just shows like, yeah, you still haven't learned a lesson. People are like, you're a visitor in this culture and you're still acting like a visitor in this culture. You're still doing stuff that, you know, why are we doing this? I mean, on the surface, him sitting down with Bobby isn't terrible, but the fact that you won't sit down with any hip hop journalist, the fact that you won't sit down with any like black people, and you're tied to like Bobby and then the Aiden Ross loser and some of these other people, yeah, it looks away. It very much looks away.
Watching the takes of both Ack and Maul on the Bobby podcast were hilarious. Ack was just like, I can't believe he felt betrayed, definitely. And I hear you, dog. Like you should feel betrayed. He was hurt bad.
Ack was hurt. Ack was trying to act like he must have some kind of business with her. He must be like a part of the business that's promoting her podcast. He was
finding all the different ways.
And the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. That's true. He's got some kind of connect with her. I would not be shocked at all. There's some kind of link there. I don't know. But Maul trying to do the usual, I'm too cool for school. I don't even want a Drake interview. I don't even want a Drake interview. I never wanted a Drake interview because, you know, the stuff we talk about on the phone as friends, I don't want to talk about in an interview anyway. It's just like, bro, I wonder sometimes, what does Rory really think about things that Maul says? Like, if Rory's sitting there like, yeah, man, I want to see you do a Drake interview. And Rory, with common sense, knowing what a Drake interview could do for their outlet, and Maul's like, I don't even want that, man. Like, what do you mean you don't want a Drake interview? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
It's chill. No, the outlet don't really need it.
It's chill. We don't need it,
dog. What you mean?
It's chill. We don't even need it. I'm cooling. That's my friend. Like, bro, what?
And this is exactly what that guy be talking about with this friend stuff. Everybody think they're friends, dog. Like, no, this is what this is, man. He knows when to talk to you because he knows when you're gonna get the stuff out that he needs. Same thing with academics. Like, he talks to you guys when he needs to, but when he needs to do stuff like this, he goes to Bobby and Aiden. And so you understand what's going on here.
Yeah, nah. I've said before, I used to watch Maul and Roy pretty regularly.
Me too.
That beef really ruined that podcast for me because I just can't take a lot of things Maul says seriously anymore.
Like, now you're not even being serious about wanting an interview with the guy. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I can't do it, bro. And it's so funny because there's so many things he's doing now that Maul 10 years ago sitting next to Joe would have made fun of.
Mm-hmm. That's that sucker shit. He would have been calling himself a sucker for sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Busby. Thanks for breaking the news on the boy. He deserved it.
Yeah.
Devil Kazuya 27 says Cena had a bad day. Belgian kid, a future wrestler.
Bro. Again, it's just so funny where we are in the world. It feels like Belgian kid has now recognized he's a viral moment now. He's had a viral moment. So now everything is him trying to do exactly what WWE doing and chasing a viral moment. Cena was standing next to him trying to apologize. He was trying to fiddle with his phone to get his phone to work to record it. I'm like, everything is like the fucking Truman Show. Everything is a screen inside of a screen inside of a screen. Everything is, we have to turn it to a moment.
When I saw that guy that they were calling Black John Cena, and he was at Raw this week, and he's like, now I'm about to become a pro wrestler. I was like, I fucking bet you are, bro.
Everything is a moment. Everything's got to go viral. Everybody's trying to get their claim to fame off of this 15 minutes, man. Come on, man. It's crazy.
They got the kid too, Phil.
Right. And I wonder because like that kid is from Brussels, and like he was this show last night at SmackDown. That was in France.
No, you know what's up.
He traveled.
You know what's up.
They flew my man out. What happened?
You know they had to right that wrong. They weren't going to let the rest of this year go with that being the image of Cena and that kid.
Yeah. Which, yeah, it's just crazy. It's hard to tell. It's already hard to tell in wrestling what's real, but in the world right now where everybody's chasing a moment, it's just so hard to tell what's real anymore.
It's the Truman Show, like you described, Phil. Like I have to like see it with my real eyes and not like to understand that it's real. Because if it's on the internet, it could be anything.
Crazy, bro.
I don't like it. He said the kid was fiddling with this, like, because the kid knows, like, look, we about to go viral, so I got to be out here too.
Oh, no, I'm aware, Devil Kazuya, that France and Belgium are very close. That's kind of the great thing about going to Belgium is that you can get to London and some of these other places on a quick train ride. I'm aware, but just the timing of it is interesting. This is going to be Cena's first and last appearance in France as a part of a pay-per-view. And as the lead-in, they had to make sure to have this kid in the building. Not a coincidence. That's all. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how much of this was like planned.
Could have just been, the kid was showing up to the show and then blah 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 and blah blah blah. But yeah, right. Appreciate that, Devil Kazuya. Ryan Ben 666 says, respect to Grapsody. This is where we have debates that hit all nuances. You may not like where the convos go, but you guys will give us the info. Will give us all the info, at least.
Yeah, I'm sure some people are not going to like the inclination we made, but again, I'm not trying to blame it on them, but I do think like where the industry is and like some of the stuff that's going on now, it was unheard of. You just
exactly.
And it's like sometimes too far is too far, man. Maybe it's time to like look around and say like, all right, maybe let's be a little bit more selective. I don't know.
Like it doesn't have to be every streamer that's popping. Like it, one or two of them. Don't have to be every
maybe chill on let everybody in. It's okay.
And they let them in, and then that's the part that's crazy too, because they're like, "Oh yeah, bring your cameras too, bring your friends, bring all the stuff." And it's like, people used to get beat up for going backstage. Used to, what I mean? It just changed.
When everything is about getting attention and getting internet clout, don't be surprised when people do stupid things for attention. That's what happens. Again, I keep saying what Denzel said is so true. It's so true. Bro, you don't have to be good no more. You just got to have a following, man. Like, that's it. People got to follow you. And it used to be when people followed you, it had to be something there when we got there. And it ain't a lot of times it ain't nothing there. It's just we following somebody for clouts and for clicks. It's just crazy.
Now, like, on a certain levels, I respect it, Phil, because there's a lot of young black men getting money. Like the friend of the friend of the friend is like making money, but it's like, I don't know what none of y'all are doing. They're all just filming their everyday lives. And like, again, respect. Like this isn't, you didn't go to school for this. Like this is a new lane. You guys are making money, but it's really interesting where we landed. So.
Yeah, on so many levels, not just in wrestling, just in the world in general. I mean, we got a fucking reality TV star as president. Like, that just tells you everything you need to know about the world. There you go. Again, you ain't got to be good. I don't know. You gotta be good enough.
How many followers do you have? I don't care how good you are. What are you talking about? Appreciate that, Orion Ben. Leonard Aarons III says Seth is gonna hate football forever. Go Pack, go.
I just know Leonard Aarons III did not just come in our chat and say go Pack go. You get the hell out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Go Pack no. Get that up out of here, dog. Like I saw this Mike and Parsons stuff and I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
I don't know that this makes the Packers that much better though. I don't know. I could be wrong. I think like the Packers are going to be fine. Jordan Love is cool, but like I don't know that this makes them that much better.
This don't change the game. It could. Who knows?
Nah, they suck. Who cares? I mean, even if this does make them better, I'm still saying they suck. It's never Packers over here.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
it's never Packers over here.
they
People
could be
that were like
to win next year, and you're still gonna be like they trash. And I'm with you.
people that were like, I know Phil's upset about this. And I was like, I'm not the football fan that I used to be. And even if I thought like, oh, I'm worried about the Packers, nah, I'm good on them. It's good. They suck. Yeah, another weird Dallas sports moment this year of them trading somebody away. Jerry Jones got a lot of hate this week for that, and I was like, oh, Jerry Jones isn't getting hate for the regular stuff. It's a bad football move. Okay, cool.
That was pretty refreshing. My cousin came in the group chat mumbling about it. I'm like, what's wrong with this guy? Then I saw the trade. I'm like, Dallas fans just be put through the ringer, man. It's so unfortunate for them.
Listen, y'all still got Paige Becker, so there's that. Paige Becker is out there hooping. So,
yep. And y'all got this Netflix documentary that everybody's talking about too. Like, there's some positives on your little franchise.
Listen, Cooper Flag might, pan out to be like rookie of the year and like a big franchise player for you guys. It might be all right.
I appreciate that, Leonard Aarons. I mean, Phil does not appreciate that, but I appreciate that. Packers. Van Twinblade says, speaking of people having to go viral, Miss Alex, Queen of the Ring Lahas, needs to stop. She cut a clip of herself with Father Figure by George Michael. Phil, I don't know how to feel in this situation because it's a meme that's viral. Everybody's talking about it.
Memes.
Two of my personal friends, like both of these people, I text on the regular. I'd say hi and bye to them at all times. So I don't know how to feel. When I was seeing it all over the time, I'm like, this is funny, but these are also people that I know, so I don't know.
Yeah, Will Hobbs is a very funny guy, man. That's all I got for you. Hilarious guy. I think all the time about seeing a picture on my timeline pop up and then also seeing it in our group chat.
The legit funniest wrestler I know. I'm not trying to kill kayfabe because he is a monster and he turns very fast, but the funniest guy. I was thinking of when we were at karaoke, me, him, and Brian Keith were gonna take a picture, and I like fake posed in front of him, and he got so he was so offended that I fake posed in front of him. This is the mind state of Will Hobbs, that he's offended that I fake posed in front of him.
That was the night where he's like walking around and we're talking to him, and I was like, yeah, what song are you gonna pick? He was like, I don't know if I'm singing. I'm like, bro, you're on the poster. I think you're singing, my guy.
He's like front and center too on the poster. Like, advertised Hobbs is gonna be here. He's like, I don't know what I'm singing. I'm like, of course you don't know what you're singing.
What a guy. What a guy.
Love Alex. She came up from Texas weekend and busting her little ankle to now being viral. Shout out to my friend. Shout out to you, Van Twinblade. And then Orion Ben 666 also says, also pray for Alex. Reg's big bro got her into a meme. Yeah. Watch
sometimes
out.
Sometimes that internet fame don't be coming with everything you want it to, man. Sometimes I'd be like, nah, I'm good. Let me out though.
Maybe it's because we're older, Phil. I don't know, but like you just learn so many things, and I thought things are gonna be a certain way, and you're like, oh yes, that's not. It's not really.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of which, the guy that has partially to blame for some of our woes of the world, Sean Ross Sapp. It's his birthday. Happy birthday to the guy. Yeah. I will never forgive you for painting such a big target on our back, but what a guy. Happy birthday.
Yeah. I hope you have a great birthday. I hope that the Cincinnati Bengals get a big win, but I will forever curse you for cursing us. So there's that.
Yeah.
You're tall. It's always so funny to see Sean in real life because it's the tall bit, but then you see him and you're like, oh yeah, he's kind of a sizable guy. Shout out to SRS. Happy birthday, brother. Do you like carrot cake for your birthday? What's your birthday cake, Phil?
I don't usually get cake on my birthday.
Yeah. Somebody was asking us if we remember our wishes, and I was by the time I usually get to the cake, like I've already got what I wanted as like in that moment. And I guess like on the bigger surface, I don't know. I just don't do it like that.
Guys, I gotta tell you, guy you know pretty well, friend of this show, Cal, California. This guy has the most random small talk you could ever think about. Like he'll just come in, hey man, you remember what you had for your birthday like 30 years ago? And it's like, wait, what do you mean? Like where did they even come from? Like he just like
he'll be like, because I was just thinking about 1993 and like that time. I'm like, what
what are you talking about? Yeah, he'll just be like, yeah, you remember if any of your birthday wishes came true? And I'm like, I don't remember any of my birthday wishes, Will. What are you talking about?
He's just trying to get a couple of thinkers. I had to really dig in my bag. I was like, no, I don't actually. But if anybody here chime in, did any of your birthday wishes come true? Like if there was a big one or even a small one?
Yeah, I'm sure because his brain works like a computer that he remembers all his birthday wishes.
Definitely. That's all of our super chats for now. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Got some humper chats. Let's see.
Oh, had some good laughs to start the show.
Yeah. The Joey album also came out. I listened to it this morning. It's cool. Very chill album. I feel like other albums still have me in a stranglehold at this point. So it's a good album though. It kind of feels like one of his mixtapes. He's even got a song on there called Swank White, and if you know, you know, like one of his mixtapes had the Hillary Swank record on there, so that kind of felt like old times.
He tweeted that was kind of the process of creating it, is it felt like more like he was like, I just want to get on here and rap and kind of create that kind of vibe, so that's what it was. I haven't gotten to fully get into it yet. Phil, these albums are coming so quickly. The West Side Gun album just dropped, and I'm like, I need to get into that, but I haven't gotten to fully digest the Earl album yet, so I haven't moved on forward.
Yeah, the Gun album has a song named after your homie.
It does. See, I haven't gotten to hear that yet, and I'm very excited about it. And people are saying it's a dope Gun album, but I'm not surprised. He's put out a bunch of dope.
Yeah, his influence is crazy. Like the amount of stuff that he's ended up on. I mean, Turning on the Jit album, and he's on there like on the first song, and the same thing with the Joey album. If you see the cover to the Joey album, it is very much influenced by West Side Gun, and then West Side Gun is on one of the songs as well. Yeah, his influence on rap is crazy.
It's big around here.
And this guy's a wrestling fan, like a big wrestling fan. It's wild.
He don't even care about the rap shit. He's like, let's talk about this wrestling show though. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
Shout out to Gun. Seems like they had a successful show out there. They crowned Rio as the first women's champion, fourth rope. So shout out to them. Doing big things.
Yeah, let's get into some of these humper chats. We got one from Avon B. He says, for Grapsody, Tony K, counter programming Hunter where it counts. A clean sweep for all the brothers and sisters on Supercard of Honor. Hope we get something really special for Athena's 1,000 day celebration. What do you have taken it? Who do you have, taking it from her? The scrum hinted at Monet. I did not watch the scrum, but I did see that she would be willing to put her title on the line. And of course, Mercedes has been like peeking around corners at everybody that has a belt. When Nyla won her belt at Pro Wrestling Eve this weekend, that produced some of the funniest tweets of the weekend.
Nyla had the blocker. Hilarious. I love it here. Yeah. You guys know Mercedes is my favorite wrestler of all time. Stay away from that ROH championship, Mercedes. I love you, but get out of here.
Yeah. I still don't know. It feels like it should be Billy based off the storyline.
Yes.
And it would kind of suck if they just did all that stuff with Billy and then didn't give us a payoff to it. Yes. So I think it has to be Billy.
Right. Like I can't think of anybody else. She's beaten everybody. If they bring somebody in, like I thought when they introduced Shuri at the All In, and I was like, she could come in. If she just came in, they had a match and she kind of caught Athena off guard and rocked her, she could be the one. Like I could understand it in that situation. But other than that, like, I think it has to be Billy Starks.
The Shuri stuff this week was very interesting. Tony was like, "Oh, she hasn't been back because she's injured," and I was like, "Well, wait a minute. She announced that she needed surgery before she showed up here. This timetable is weird. Like, what's going on here?"
It was before, right? That's what I thought. I was like,
yeah, that's why I was surprised to even see her at the Ring of Honor show, because I was like, wait a minute. I thought the whole part of the reason she said she was going to do more stuff outside of Stardom is because she needed the surgery. And so, yeah, very confusing, because he makes it seem like she got injured in the All-In Casino Gauntlet. Mm-hmm. But it seemed like she was injured before that. Maybe I got my timetables mixed up, but that's what it seemed like.
Who knows? You know how wrestlers are.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not see this scrum though. Appreciate you, Avon. After I watched the Ring of Honor stuff, I was like, oh, what else is on?
Yeah, it was bedtime for me after I watched it.
Yeah. Got some from Tony P. He says, this week inside of wrestling and outside the wrestling bubble has some fun, highs and heartbreaking lows, but we need to keep steady and be positive. I will do my part with a 4-way tie for the action inside and outside the ring. Death Riders, Swerve, Christian, and FTR.
Swerve.
His 4-way tie. He says the Death Riders for what they did to Osprey. A move now finally christened All Out Steam as attempted murder and hate. Christian for telling it like it is. Them bitches are dead. Mm-hmm. And out of the ring, the clocking of Hager was masterful. I'm assuming. Yeah. I thought you were gonna give Swerve Petty of the Week for something else.
That's mine. I don't know if you want to get into it, but that's definitely mine.
I will plead the fifth on that one. I thought he was talking about something else. But then he says, first Dax calling him out, and then Cash listening to fucking clips pressing him and showing the world. Then the cherry on top, Swerve posting the Kenny 80% meme. Yeah, no, the Hager thing was very funny. Dax coming with the receipts, and then Cash holding the tag rope and tagging himself in, and then throwing his receipts in there with the clips at the top on his iPhone. Very funny, man.
The best part is Hager was so pressed. Like, Cash just sent the article. Like, he didn't even say nothing, and Hager was already copping pleas. He was immediately like, no, I wasn't talking about y'all. Hold on. Hold on.
No, I want to smoke.
Killed me. Immediately was like, nah, dog, I'm chill. It wasn't about y'all. What you even mean? Why y'all acting like that?
Yeah.
Cash had to be like, nah, but I heard the interview, and you was talking wild about us. You spreading some lies about us on our name. I like that. He brought that same energy to the FedEx guy at the Dynamite show.
Listen, this is one of the best things about like smaller venues and just having like an intimate setting and wrestlers being able to jaw at fans. I was like, oh, this is the energy that I love in that arena too. Being able to jaw at fans, I was like, oh, we're back. This is exactly what I want to see.
It wouldn't have been the 2300 arena without that kind of energy. Like, that's why you go here, so you can hear somebody face to face just going at each other, yelling. It was a beautiful moment.
Yeah, I loved it. The fact that he was front row with the FedEx shirt on and Cash hit him with the "I'ma deliver you ass whooping." Like, it was fucking hilarious, man.
Cash had that energy all week, and I respect it.
Yeah, nah. These guys, I know I said it initially when they turned, but they are so much better as heels, man.
Way better.
They're so much better.
It's amazing. The heat that they got this week was amazing. Like, they need to continue to be heels.
Yeah. Tony P continues. He says, Forbidden Door was a really good show, despite a lot of weirdness to it. At one point afterwards, I was feeling it could have been the weakest AEW pay-per-view of the year, despite it being good. Then I remembered Dynasty, which was forgettable, minus the ending. Yeah, I think the bar for AEW shows this year has been pretty high. Like, I was thinking about it afterwards. I agree. I think it was a good show. I don't think it was a great show. No. But I think that's in comparison to the strong AEW pay-per-views we've had throughout this year, because I think Double or Nothing may be one of the greatest AEW pay-per-views of all time.
Yes.
I thought that Revolution outside the main event that I didn't like was very good. I thought Dynasty was very good. I think they had a strong year of pay-per-views so far.
Most of their shows have been like good to great on the show level. I think this one, it felt like everything was rushed. I don't know, when we were doing the watch along, people were saying that they had a curfew in the venue, Phil. So I was like, I don't know if that was playing a role, because it felt like a couple of the matches could have been, they needed that extra couple of minutes to get to that next gear to really get to the gray status. And it felt like anytime any of those matches were about to get to that, it was over. So I don't know if that played a role, but I mean, like you're saying, we're comparing to great AEW shows, and it was just good. Like if you put it in a vacuum and just watch that for all year, you'd be like, this is an amazing wrestling show. But compared to the other amazing shows they put on to, it was just a really good one.
Yeah. I thought overall it was a good show, though. And I do agree, some of it felt a bit rushed. I did see some people afterwards saying that they had to rush to catch a train, and like there was a schedule. Like if they didn't catch a train by a certain time, like they would be stuck. So maybe that was part of it.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the timing for these things in London. So maybe that played into it. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. That would make sense.
But yeah, Forbidden Door did take place at the O2 Arena in London, England, last weekend. Like we said, pretty solid show, top to bottom. Now it seems like the AEW thing, pretty long show.
Yes.
We got 4 pre-show matches. Get them in front of me. We got the Paragon, Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong teaming up with El Desperado and Yuya Uemura against the Crew and Hechicero, Josh Alexander. This match, it reminds me every time I see this guy wrestle, like this guy is just different. Nobody in the world moves like this guy. Leo fucking Rush, man. Like him like darting in between moves, and like him and Action and Andretti, the way they were moving together, and they were like the 2 Mexican characters from Teen Titans that would like to have super speed, Masaminos. Like they were like darting in between moves and like doing the tandem offense. I was like, nah, this is crazy. Why aren't these dudes doing more on TV as a tag team? They're so fun to watch.
Yeah, I had forgot. I thought that the other day, maybe a week and a half before that match. I was like, where is Crew at? They've been doing some amazing things. When they were in CMLL, like they tore it up. I wanted to see them again. Then I see them in this match, and I'm thinking exactly like you're thinking, Phil. There's all these super talented luchadors. Ospreay be doing crazy stuff. We have some of the greatest wrestlers in the world in AEW, and Leo Rush still is very unique and still moves different than every single person here. And that's a feat. Like, you know, when it's Leo Rush, like he's so different than everyone else, and he adds so much. And I like the addition of him and Action Andretti together, because Action could get into some of that stuff too. And I just like everything kind of surrounding it. I think they should have a bigger role on the main roster.
Yeah. I think you've got to use them more as a tag team. They're so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Even if you want to put them in Ring of Honor as a tag team, where you need more tag teams, just do more with them as a tag team. They're so entertaining. I also came away thinking what I thought throughout the entire G1. You is the guy, man. Watching him in this match, he's incredible. We're going to get to Forbidden Door next year or the year after that, and he's going to have a big singles match on that card, and nobody's going to be surprised because he's fantastic. I loved afterwards when he won the match with the deadbolt. Kyle is just like, this guy is great. He's like, you see this guy? He's fantastic. And I'm just like sitting at home like, yeah, he's great. I love him.
Kyle did run in there with big eyes like, did you guys see that? Very entertaining way to end the match. Very entertaining way to see Yuya in that kind of setting and environment. AEW kind of fast paced. Everybody's throwing things that he could keep up. And like you said, very soon he's going to have a major match on this weekend in this show. Great to see him in that. The rest of the guys, I think Don Callis' family now is at a point where all these guys are heavy hitters. The matches are going to be fire. Josh Alexander, Takeshita, etc. Like, I think there's so many talented dudes in there. You could put them across the ring from almost anybody, and you're going to get something dope.
Yeah. Fun to see Desperado here. Desperado is one of those guys that should have been on the main card. He's so great. It felt like Forbidden Door to start the show when we started getting like the AEW guys coming in and then getting like littered in the New Japan theme songs at entrances and the ring announcer from Japan. Every time I'm like, bro, they got to stop putting him on against Justin Roberts because he be smoking Justin Roberts.
Yeah.
Like Justin Roberts would give his announcement and he come afterwards with all that sauce on it. I'm like, nah, dog.
Anytime they do the back-to-back, I'm like, they should probably stop doing the back-to-back for Justin's sake because the homie is shredding him. He comes in with this passionate energy. You feel like the wrestler feels greater. You're like, nah, this isn't. They doing Justin Roberts dirty.
Nah, he come in with the swag too, with like the color hair and everything. Right. I'm like, nah, dog, I like this guy.
Giving it up.
We got the Gates of Agony and Ricochet taking on the team of Jet Speed and Michael Oku.
God,
I was so happy to see Michael Oku here in the O2 Arena. Last year we talked a lot about him being teased for being either on one of the other London cards last year, being a part of All In London. Did not end up on this card, so I was so happy that he was here. Even during his entrance, he was getting all hyped during that. I was like, yes, get this guy on more shows, get this guy in front of more eyes. He's so good. And he was fantastic in this match, man. I love that most of the match was setting up to him trying to get in that single leg grab. And when he got it in, it looked like the match was over until it wasn't.
Brother Michael Oku took one of the scariest.
Bro, oh my God. I forgot about that.
Yo, Michael Oku goes for his possible flop moonsault over the top rope, and Toa cuts him off and pounces him out of the ring. Michael Oku gets a full moonsault to the ground and just lands on the ground.
It looked so scary. And then when they replayed it, I was like, oh my God, I hope he's okay.
Honestly, it was one of the scariest bumps I've ever seen. And I was like, does that supposed to happen? But yet everybody runs away out there. Like it looks like that was the desired result. And it freaked me out. Very scary bump. But Michael Oku recovered, came back in. He really shines here. And thinking about the match that he had at Supercard of Honor, I was like, oh, he really would fit in Ring of Honor if they wanted to slot him into that or on the main roster. I think he has a great presence and he understands this TV wrestling already, and he's not even a TV wrestler yet.
Yeah, he's so good, man. He was fantastic here. I mean, Jet Speed is Jet Speed. They are incredible wrestlers. Speedball and Kevin Knight are just really, really great. Gates of Agony worked very well with Ricochet in this new bit that they're doing. Ricochet coming out with his Naruto robe with his hand out, and he's got these big, enormous men behind him. Now it works. And like even their bit now that they do on the apron where they sit there and almost do like the Tommaso and Gargano thing where they're like patting each other on the back, and he's got like these big, huge men sitting next to him. I'm like, nah, this is money.
Yeah, it's a great pairing visually. I thought like when Ricochet was like, I need some teammates, I need a group, like immediately these guys sprung to mind, but they're even better than as advertised. Like as his muscle, they all kind of wear the same kind of outfits when in and out of the ring, and the group works a lot. Like this week, I thought they could potentially become the ROH or the AEW Trios champions. They didn't, but that's in their future.
Yes. Ricochet and Gates of Agony picked up the win here. Then we also got the big women's 8-women tag match, the Triangle of Madness. Julia Hart, Sky Blue, and Tekla, along with Megan Bain, took on the team of Harley Cameron, Chris Statlander, Queen Aminata, and Willow Nightingale. Tekla and Queen Aminata is one of the best feuds on TV right now. Just the fact that every time they see each other, it's just on sight. It's not, I'm trying to out wrestle you. I actually want to beat you up. And every time I see you, I'm going to try and beat you up. It's so funny every time. They're like the Family Guy meme. Peter and the Chicken every time. It's so funny. But I thought like this match in general showed just how much talent this women's division has. I don't know what the hold up is on tag belts, but we got to get to it. You got enough talent here where you can do tag team wrestling with the women. We stretched this storyline out with Willow and Statlander long enough at this point. we got to get to the conclusion to it. What is the payoff to this, man? Because it feels like every week it's will they, won't they? Get these tag belts on TV, man. What's the hold up?
Yeah, it seems like they're setting up them possibly against Megan and Penelope. Like they feel like the heel side that of the potential AEW Women's Tag Team Championships. I thought this match was super strong. It shows the depth of the AEW Women's division beyond Tony and Mercedes and what could potentially be of contenders and such. Every time they like put focus on Chris Statlander, you're like, oh yeah, she could immediately be world champion. She'd be a huge deal. She's such a huge presence, even with Megan Bayne and all these other impressive presences around her, that you just understand why she's always slotted where she is. Willow, every time she has an entrance and then fans remember that Willow's in the match and they remember that they love her, you're like, oh yeah, Willow could be all hers pretty immediately too if they give her the opportunity. That's why what you're talking about, I think, would be so important right now. If her and Stat were the women's tag team champions to kind of kick that thing off, but then sprung off to both be world champions, that'd be such a big deal.
Yeah. I also came away like just looking at Megan in this match. I'm like, all right, we've done these side quests with her for a while. It's time to get her back in the world title picture. Like, I get it. It's just time. It's time to get her. I'm not saying like this is that big of a step down for her, but you could just see it. Her presence in the match, just the way she works and everything. Like the Liger bomb she hit at the end to win the match. I'm like,
oh my god,
enough. Get her back over there in the world title picture, man.
I mean, because most of the time these matches feel like Megan Bayne, they're just exhibitions for her, showcases for her. She's like, the bulk of the match will be just her tossing fulls, dropping them, doing all these things, being the biggest presence in the match. Like Toni Storm, when we asked her the question in the interview and she was like, who? And I was like, Megan Bayne, and it scared the shit out of her. I'm like, yo, no, Megan Bayne is the real deal. Feels like AEW knows that she's the real deal. I just am waiting for them to execute the her becoming world champion, honestly.
Yeah. To that point, I think it's very telling that both champions in the division are like, maybe later. Because somebody asked Mercedes about it on Twitter, and they're like, yeah, Russell Megan Bayne. And she was like, maybe later.
See? Megan Bayne putting fear in the heart. Every time she walked to the locker room, they scared.
Yeah. So, yeah, you got to get her back out there as a singles wrestler soon. I don't know if you're trying to keep all these women together to build towards the blood and guts match that I assume we're getting. If not, like I said, you got to get Megan Bayne the singles. I don't know. Like,
I'm into that. If that's what they're doing, if they're going to the blood and guts stuff, I'm into that.
Yeah. To finish off the pre-show, we had the Ops taking on the Bullet Club War Dogs for the AEW World Trios Championship. The story here, of course, was that the War Dogs have more chemistry together due to the way they work in New Japan, and of course, most of the War Dogs were trained by Katsuyori Shibata.
Yep. Shibata got in here, and you saw that he was training most of these fools because he was not letting up. He was chopping, slapping backs, clubbing backs. Like you could see that it was a lot of teacher versus student elements in there. I love the bits with the big homie in there with all three of the War Dogs, because the War Dogs have that kind of fiery energy that goes with the big homie kind of destroying these guys. Seeing Drilla, Phil and I have talked very often about how high we are on this guy. It's even better seeing him out there like super confident with the, Samoa Joes and Hobbs of the world. Like he really just fit in immediately there.
Yeah, Clark Connor is another guy. That guy's
Clark.
So cool. When they had their backstage promo this week, and he had like that racer jacket on with like the Bullet Club War Dog stuff on, I'm like, where did he even get that from? Is that like custom made for him? And he's got like the cowboy hat on him. I'm like, yo, this guy is just so cool, man. Like, just do more with Clark, man. He's got a banger theme song, man. Like
his theme is hard. His theme is hard. Now he really represents that War Dog energy, and him being on the show, he really fit into. He understands what it is to be in front of these type of crowds.
Yeah, Ops, of course, retained here to finish up the pre-show. Then we open the show with CNC Music Factory, Adam Copeland and Christian Cage taking on the matriarch, Killswitch. I don't know why he's still being called Killswitch. And Kip Sabian. I was very confused by this. Even on commentary where they kept correcting themselves and calling him Killswitch. I'm like, but because he separated himself from Christian Cage, wouldn't he just go back to calling himself Luchasaurus?
Right.
Why is he still calling himself Killswitch?
Like, he separated himself from Matt, so he's back to being the old guy. But remember, he got resurrected in the hospital and all that. Like, that's what I thought that this was. I thought this was fun. I mean, the bit of this was to show us that Cope and Christian still got it, or they can do it. They could put it together as a tag team. And I thought that bit really showed in all of this. The kind of contrast of Cope is still trying to be the babyface good guy and cheers and slap hands and stuff. And Christian is still like, I don't really care. I'm just trying to beat fools up. I'll talk about a dad. It doesn't matter. I think it's really cool. A lot of the thing that I was worried about, could they do it after 20 plus years? They totally could do it. And now I'm excited about what's to come post this.
Yeah, I thought this was the right match to start the show because Copeland's a big star. He's going to get a big response when he comes out. And boy, that crowd was loud when he came out. His theme song hit and they were singing the entire thing. You can see, like you said, that he's starting to merge more and more of his current personality with Christian. When they came out on Wednesday, they both had the olive jackets on. Copeland had like a vest on with like his logo and everything in the back. But like I said, they're doing the olive and black and it works. Christian coming out afterwards, and now he has asshole on his Tron, which is very funny. The part where Christian gets in at the beginning and he's like leaning on the ropes, and then Cope comes over there and leans on the ropes with him and tries to mean mug with him. All very funny stuff. The match in itself was fine. I think this was supposed to, like you said, show people that these guys still have chemistry as a tag team, is to get them more acclimated to working together again and really give them something before you throw them in there in the deep end with an established tag team.
Right.
And then, of course, the story with Killswitch and Kip was that they're not on the same page. And so that ended up costing them the match. I don't know how Kip got busted open in this thing, but it looked gnarly at one point. I'm glad he's all right, because I was like, oh, my God. He was like, it looked bad.
It happened so quickly, too, and there was so much blood immediately. Yeah, the kill switch thing is weird. I was calling him Luchasaurus the whole damn watch along, and I don't know if I'll ever switch. I don't know if this is what this is leading to. Like, where is Luchasaurus's place? Because I don't feel like he's going to be long for that crew.
No, I feel like this is making the point that he doesn't belong with those guys. And you can make the point later when Nick Wayne is back that, hey, we would have probably won that match, or we would have fared better against you if I was there, because Killswitch didn't work as well with Kip. And so I feel like this is leading to Nick Wayne versus Kip versus Christian and Adam somewhere down the line when Nick Wayne is back. And Killswitch / Luchasaurus is probably going to go back and team with Jack.
Think so? That's where I was leading to, but I was like, I don't know.
We got another tease for Jack after the show. We got the BTE clip of them being disgusted at their loss and eating junk food, and Jack Perry tried to call them, and they left him on Don't Disturb.
What does that mean? Is Jack finally coming back? Where has he been?
Yeah, definitely seems like they're doing more and more teasers for Jack. I would assume that means he'll be back soon, and this has to indicate that he probably will not be a member of the Elite anymore when he comes back.
People are yelling at me this week about Jack Perry. I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll see eventually.
They did. I don't know if it was intentional, but during the pre-show and the Bucks were putting together their list of things they wanted for the match, one of the things they wanted was glass shards.
Real glass, baby.
Yeah. I did see people jumping all over you for your take, and I was just like, it's okay to admit he was wrong, guys. It's all right. I know, man. I know one person was more wrong than the other, but, I think he also was wrong.
The amount of people being like, essentially, so what? He did a great thing for the company. I'm like, but what about him,
did he?
Though?
I don't know. Well, I won't get into it. He almost pulled me in.
I did.
Nope.
Because I don't know if I'm like you guys. Like Jack
Mm.
Perry's been at home for a long time, you guys. And then somebody showed me 10 matches that he ever did. I'm like, no, dog.
He spent like
home.
he spent like 8 months at home after that.
Yeah.
And then he had this run with the Elite, and he's been back at home since last year. But I like Jack Perry, so it's fine. He'll be back. And like I said, man, but listen, tee up Tarzan boy. Let's get back to it, bro.
That's what people weren't understanding. I was like, I'm saying this because this is about Jack Perry. You guys think I'm making a CM Punk reference? Everybody's like, yeah, Punk. I'm like, nothing that I was saying is about CM Punk. This is all about Jack Perry, who I'd like to see on TV. And there's a fucking reason I'm not seeing him on TV.
I won't, because I like Jack Perry. And I don't want to get into that clusterfuck of people still trying to relitigate that time period.
I just want him to come back. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, it seems like he'll be back soon. I have to assume that the stuff that they've been doing off screen is leading to something.
Mm-hmm.
We got Kyle Fletcher versus Hiromu Takahashi for the AEW TNT Championship up next. I thought this match was very, very good. The story of Takahashi taking all of the punishment that Fletcher could muster and continuing to come back. And, Fletcher had to give him everything he had to put this guy away. I thought that was great. Takahashi is just such a dynamic wrestler, just the way he moves in there, some of the bumps he takes in there.
Mm-hmm.
When they compared him to Darby during the match, I'm like, bro, when are we getting that match, though?
I think we've been saying for every single Forbidden Door, like that match, just because of the personalities. They both wear the jackets and all, like it just makes so much sense to put these guys together. And I don't know why they haven't done it at this point. Yeah, this was one of the best matches of the show as far as like the concept of Forbidden Door is happening. You got a New Japan wrestler, you got an AEW wrestler. Takahashi is balls to the wall in every match he ever does. That style combined with Kyle is a fucking menace and ready to kill people, and his strikes are fucking vicious. His running kick to the corner, always so fucking brutal. The way that he throws those things are so, he really is getting into being the TNT champion. Like it was a point where he was making this transition from, I'm a tag team guy, I'm kind of young in the game still. Now it's like, no, this is just the prelude to me being world champion, the way that he's working. And a lot of these moments were sick that he was trying to kill Takahashi in this match. And the pace of this and the quickness of it, I thought made it one of the best matches of the show, honestly.
Yeah. I coming into the show, I was saying this is going to be one of the sleepers of the show. And it turned out to be just as good as I thought it was going to be. I agree that Kyle Fletcher at this point is undeniable. He is going to be the future of this company. It's only a matter of time. He's just so good. He's so polished in ring. He's so polished outside the ring, and the media stuff he does. He's incredible. And just watching this match in the way he was just like punishing Takahashi with these heavy strikes and like hitting him with these nasty looking suplexes. I was like, yeah, this guy's ready. It's only a matter of time.
He's aggressive. I'm really looking forward to a him and Hangman feud, honestly. Like they're gonna, oh my God, it's gonna be dangerous.
Yeah, there's so many heavyweights now, like big main eventers, that I think he can have really good matches with eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think him and Swerve would be really good.
Yeah.
I think there's so many big matches for him left that I can't wait.
Watching I really want to see Lee more. Watching Lee last night, I was like, Lee and Swerve in a match, like let them go for it would be so fucking hard. That's in the back of my mind one.
Yeah, shout out to Lyric. She said exactly what I was thinking last night, where at one point I kept thinking like, man, get Lee in the spot where Dan and Yuta are, and like get him to the point where he is showcasing just how good he is, because this guy is incredible. And tremendous. I think that gap is closing, man. Like this title run that he's been on as pure champion, he's had a stretch of amazing matches if people are not watching.
Yeah, I used to say Lee Moriarty was one of the best, but like he's way better than I even used to say. So if you think of like old Reg being like Lee Moriarty, he's way better than that. He's so fucking good. Great. This ROH Pure Championship has added some certain element to him, and his confidence and swag is off the chart. Like, he's doing exactly what he always wanted Lee Moriarty to be. He's that now.
Yeah. Putting him in there with like these luchadors and like all of these world traveled technicians. That's the move, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's been killing it. But we'll get into that match later.
Yes.
Kyle Fletcher retained the TNT title here. Afterwards, we got the TBS title match. Mercedes Moné took on Alex Windsor, Bozilla, and Persephone. This was possibly match of the night for me. I thought this match was very, very good. I thought it was a great showcase of all the women here. Mercedes, of course, came out looking like the biggest star. Her entrance was incredible. Alex Windsor coming out and still doing like the Windsor and everything. Every time I'm like, it's getting over. It's hitting. It's just the confidence she comes out there with and just the way she works. She's been such a great addition to this division. Persephone, every time they bring her in, she works very well with the other women. I knew Bozilla was going to make new fans based off of other matches I've seen her in because she's so good. And man, she was amazing. Just all of the little small things she did in this match, of course, throwing people around and whatnot, but just like certain things, like when she came in and Mercedes had the double submission on, and then she stood on the two women's hands so they couldn't tap. Very, very good. Like, there's so many things she did throughout this match. Like, I was not surprised mid-match when she started getting Bozella chats because she's special, man. She's going to be a big deal at some point.
Yeah, it felt like a star-making moment for Bozilla here. Phil and I saw Bozilla earlier this year, WrestleMania weekend, against Megan Bain, and we knew with that presence, we're like, oh yeah, no, when people see her, she's out of here. And that's exactly like how it was at Forbidden Door. She came in, big presence, looking like she was going to destroy people. Then she started throwing everybody in the match, and you're like, oh shit, this lady's kind of crazy. She's doing some wild stuff. She busts out a moonsault at one point. You're like, oh, she's on that type of time. She has like different than, because like Megan Bain and her kind of have like the same size and presence, but she works completely different,
totally different
than Megan Bain does. She was tossing fools. That power bomb that she threw at one point was ridiculous. Her getting Razor's Edge by Persephone was also awesome. Persephone was really shining in this match too. Every time she shows up, and the way that she works, totally different than other wrestlers in her company and other wrestlers in general. She really adds a certain kind of aggressive, it's kind of like female Roosh energy a little bit at point. Yeah. It's like it's something about it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she definitely works very aggressive. She plays to a crowd very well. Just four very talented women. I love Mercedes every time she gets in these matches, and it's just like, man, you see like this big scary big woman from Germany over there, and like then you've got Persephone in there, and like get this Alex Windsor chick out of here, like, and I love that she did the same finish again where she got like the pin and then she got immediately out of there clutching her belt like, nah. It's over. You can't have it. I have it.
I mean, they always show me at the end like, oh, I say she's the greatest of all time because of things like this. Like most of the match, she was getting tossed around. She had to find out ways to wriggle out and counter things to not really be destroyed. But you know she was going to have to use her brain in the end to get the victory. And that's exactly what it was. And she understands how to do multi-women matches now where everybody kind of gets shine. It's not her just throttling people. Like everybody came out of this looking better in the end, and with Mercedes still getting the victory. I thought, like you said, one of the matches of the night, just because everybody was on Showcase and these women were going 1,000 miles per hour. I mean, them following it up on Dynamite with what seems like Alex Windsor's going to get a one-on-one match. You're like, yeah, no, that makes sense because she fucking destroyed it in this match too.
Yeah, that definitely was the inkling I got after Wednesday as well, that she's going to be the next one-on-one challenger for Mercedes. Mm-hmm. But I thought this was a great title defense for her. She continues to be very good at working heel in these kind of matches because she does such a good job of like showing you like what the other women do that's special, and like just her being very good, but also doing somewhat chicken shit heel tactics of being like, I'm good, but like, get me out of here. Like, I'm not trying to be here with these niggas.
That's my favorite bit. She's like, we could go for an hour in here, but really, I'm about to get my belt and run out of here.
Yeah. I love to note as well that she's been kind of shook by Tony since she lost to Tony, and she's not like trying to, like, she doesn't even talk about it. Nothing.
No.
Like, like it's like it never happened. Like, she's just like, nope. Like, even her like saying all of these belts that she wants to win, like she has not mentioned the world title again.
She should. Yeah, Tony messed her up real good. I like that bit though. Like that one time Tony came out and she was just like, I don't know her, not even gonna look her way. I'm like, I like this. Put the fear in her.
Yeah. Mercedes, of course, picked up the win here. Yeah. Then we got Zack Sabre Jr. versus Nigel McGuinness for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. I love the video package that they aired beforehand with Zack playing chess with John Saint. I thought that was fire. Then they, of course, had him ringside. All the big Brit wrestlers were in the building for Nigel McGuinness getting his big moment in 02. This is a big dream match for Zack. Zack has been saying this is a match he wanted as well. So I thought that was a fitting match for this show in England. 2 generations of British wrestlers. I said on Twitter, Beans and Toast Techers were in the building. They were getting their shit off.
Bryan Danielson was on commentary. Like, all the elements were there for this.
Yeah, I love the flip of Bryan being on commentary. Bryan, by the way, was excellent on commentary throughout the night.
Amazing.
But in this match, being on commentary for a Nigel match, and Nigel has been like very slanderous towards this guy for his entire time there doing commentary, especially on Collision. And Bryan
said the late great Bryan Danielson like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Like, he's still slandering him every time that he has a chance.
Yeah, and Bryan's still being very confused about it and being like, oh, I'm not gonna say mean things about him. I like him. Like, I'm pretty impressed with the fact that this guy hasn't wrestled in 13 years and then he came back and he's looked great. And man, he has. He's in phenomenal shape, and man, he's looked like he hasn't missed a beat. That Larry he threw at Zack was fucking nuts. Like,
oh my god, that playing possum one, thought he tricked him and immediately follows him up. Yeah, the heat segments for Nigel in this were insane. Like, it looked like he hadn't taken any time off. He looked just as mean as he did in those ROH matches against Bryan Danielson, where you're just like, wait, are y'all y'all beefing? Like, is there heat here? Because some of these shots look disgusting. And him kind of being the teacher to Zack Saber's stuff was great. The elements of Zack Sabre being that heel world champion, just putting putting Nigel in those uncomfortable positions, I think played into who he is as a world champion. These 3 matches back to back, I was like, we're kicking into high gear, because when they got into the technical shit in this and the strikes and that insane lariat, Nigel's hitting Towers of London, just doing all of his bits, and Bryan Danielson is on the side being the happiest he ever did. That at one point, Zack Sabre faced off with Daniel Garcia, and Brian's like, oh, I really want to see that match. He was just like so excited for them to face off for 3 seconds. I was like, this guy just loves some pro wrestling. But this was as advertised, like,
yeah,
crazy technical wrestling, crazy grappling, insane strikes, just 2 dudes really fucking each other up. I love this match a lot.
Yeah. Bryan very much reminded me of him on commentary during the Cruiserweight Classic, where he's just like going nuts about all of these guys. He's like, yeah, I want to see this match, and I'm so excited about this guy. So yeah, Garcia throughout this match, he was continuing to cheer on Nigel, but he kept doing things that I'm like, why'd you do that? Like, he kept trying to push the rope in to help him, and Stefan had to get in his face like, yo, I see you, get out of here, like, don't touch this rope again. And he's just like, no, good, I'm good. He had the towel over his neck. At one point I was like, what are you doing, man? Are you gonna think about throwing that towel in? What are you doing? He kept like doing small things here and there, like when he got in Zack's face and Zack's like, come on, dog, get out of here. He's like, no, I've been waiting for you. Like, come on out here. Don't lose your title. Get back in there. Like, just the trash talk between them was really funny. They did something very subtle at the end. I don't know how many people caught it, but it looked like the match was over, and it looked like they were done. And he took his shirt off and he rolled in the ring, and the crowd reacted like he was going to jump him. And at that very moment, Tony Schiavone came in to do the attendance announcement, and then he just ran up and hugged him. I was like, If you guys remember, MJF jumped Dan Garcia, and that was the same thing he did. He took his shirt off and he had the wife beater on. That was in Chicago, if I remember correctly. And I was just like, why did he do that? He did a few things. I'm like, that looks away. And that played into also the match from Dynamite this week with him and Mox. He was this close to beating Mox, and he made a mistake, and he lost that match. And afterwards, Mox got in his face. It looked like he was trying to get close enough to whisper something in his ear, and he shoved him off. And I saw people like, why are they trying to kiss him? I was like, I don't think that's what it was. I think that Mox likes this guy. And I think that those guys in particular, Mox and Brian, have been telling us from the beginning, I really like this guy. I really respect this guy. I wanted him with us. You don't belong over there with those other guys. I see it in you. I see the potential in you. You care about this place. You want this place to be better. You should be over here with us. And it said it all after all of this happened, that he had to stare down with him and Yuta, because if you remember, they didn't want Yuta. They wanted Garcia. And so I thought that was all great storytelling. Even his promo backstage, which was excellent. If you have not seen it, he gave a really good backstage promo about how where all the heroes at. Like, I was the one, day one, standing next to like Dark Order and all these other people trying to defend this company from Death Riders. And then when the heroes won, now they're all gone again. And he just keeps making this point, like, I want to be the guy, but I keep making mistakes, which also plays into why he's not a member of the Death Riders, because he picked Jericho. All very good storytelling. I don't know where that's leading. I don't know if this is leading to him joining the Death Riders, but I definitely believe this guy is turning heel. There's no getting around it.
At the very least, this is going to be the heel turn. I thought that they might have executed it at Forbidden Door, but I do like this way that they're going with it. I love the bit on Dynamite about Mox being like, hey man, listen to this, brother. Like, there is something brighter. I do understand the vision. I do see why you're frustrated. We could help you with this. And Dan Garcia being like, but this whole thing was like, I was on the other side fighting you guys. That wouldn't make sense for me to go over there, but it might make sense for you to go over there, brother. Really good storytelling over there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other part of it is he thought about joining them, and the only time that was a thing was when Brian extended the invite. You guys tried to kill Brian. I don't want to be over there with you guys now. Like, and you've done all of these things that, no, I'm not trying to be over there with you. Get off me.
He going heel.
Definitely think it's happening. And I definitely think they knew what they were doing, because the way the crowd reacted when he rolled into the ring, when he took his shirt off, I think they all saw what I saw. I was like, oh no, don't do it. But man, great match. The aftermath stuff was also very good. Probably one of the best matches on this card. Zach coming out and being Zach, continuing to be Isle of Sheppy Zach. Came out and had 2 theme songs, man. Swag on top of swag.
Hey, Phil, I'm with you though. I see a lot of slander. I kind of fucks with his remix theme though.
I ain't accepting no slander. That remix, bro. That
remix, I kind of fucks with it though.
That remix go hard, bro. I ain't trying to hear that.
When he came out on to answer Max Caster's challenge, I was like, hey, nah, they hating on him now. This kind of hard.
Nah, man. He came out to his regular like punk rock Brit theme when he came out. Then when that remix came on us, then I was like, nah, young punks. Come on. Young punks.
Yeah, no. Great finish too, with just the little, the wrestling hold, man. This was Forbidden Door as fuck right here.
Yeah, this left a lot of things open. I'm with Brian. I definitely want to see Dan Garcia against Zack Sabre Jr. at some point. They definitely left that door open. No pun intended. Definitely want to see that one at some point. Afterwards, we got a very controversial finish to this next one. And it seemed like they changed the match because if you remember when we previewed this show, I said that this was a eliminator match.
Yes,
and so
Wikipedia and all.
I thought I was crazy when the match started and they announced it as a 3-way for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. And I was like, wait, I thought it was an elimination match. And then I saw Ebu and some other people tweet the same thing. I was like, okay, so I'm not crazy. I was pretty sure they announced this as an elimination match. I don't know when it got changed. That was very strange. But the Hurt Syndicate.
I thought it was funny because we had just talked about it on the show. I remember being like, Phil looked at the Wikipedia. He wasn't just making it up. I want to know when this changed.
Yeah, very strange. The Hurt Syndicate defended the AEW World Tag Team Championship against Brodito and FTR. I thought the match itself was pretty good until like the last few minutes of it, and I was like, what's going on? But just the match itself, just like these three teams going at it, I just keep saying, man, as much as people are divisive and, you know, these guys are turning into kind of polarizing AEW wrestlers. No, watching Bobby and Sheldon throw people around is still very fun. It just never gets old. Bobby is tremendous, man. Just like the way he'll get hit and just shrug things off and then pick somebody up and just throw them across the ring. Fucking great. Every time I see it, man. He's amazing.
They make me laugh, Phil, because like you're saying, they're very polarizing. There's a lot of talks always kind of surrounding them. I was frustrated with kind of their tag team run because I thought there could be a little bit more to what they were doing as champions. The crowds never care about that. Like this crowd would have been happy if they would have came through and throttled both teams. Like they were like we hurt people. They want to see Bobby and Sheldon smashing fools. Like they like that bit. And I'm always like,
it's over.
What about the rest of the tag team? They like, I don't give a fuck about the rest of the tag teams. We care about these fools, and like I can't be mad at that.
Nah, they don't care. They
do not care.
We want to sing their theme song when they come out. We want to see them smash some fools. Like.
Even fools that they like, they're like, nah, I want to see these fools get beat up. Like that's just the kind of energy that Hurt Syndicate brings. And I'm like, I understand. That makes sense. Like I'm not even mad at it. But yeah, the match before the shenanigans I thought was great. Three amazing teams. Brodito, I didn't think they were gonna be in this point, but for them to get there, and then you see why they're there. Feel like multiple moments in the match are like, oh, these guys are cooking. They need to be world champions.
Yeah, part of this week period for Bandito, where people are like, Bandito is amazing. This guy is a star, bro. Like he's out of here, bro. The reaction to him going back and forth with Bobby, and they're doing like the feats of strength, like, bro, crazy. The stare down between Bobby and Brody, though, I was like, yo, I keep saying it. You got to push Brody into the singles title picture, bro. Like this guy, man, he's special and people really love this guy, man. He's got something to him. He's got like when he's in there, he just has an it factor to him, man. Like these two guys doing that stare off, I was like, yeah, nah, y'all gotta get to it with Brody.
Yeah, all the talk this week of who's gonna replace Ospreay and Swerve, immediately everybody's like Brody King, and I'm like same thing, Brody King. King is so ready. Like Phil saying, this is a special character. He just feels different. He feels special. He feels like somebody that needs to be. The fans are behind him in every fucking country. Like he needs to be put into high profile situations. He needs to be a top guy around here because he deserves it. He looks the part. He wrestles like a fucking maniac. Like he just fits the bill.
Yeah. On that list of I'm not accepting no slander. Listen, man. I have to listen to this every time in between matches, the way you talk about these two guys. FDR are two of the best tag team wrestlers in the world. These guys are just insane. Like them in this match, like the chemistry they had, like some of the tag team maneuvers they were pulling off in this thing. I'm like, bro, I don't care what y'all talking about. These two guys are very good at tag team wrestling.
Yeah, y'all can come with all the bits in the world, but when it comes, if they have time, Phil, if you give FTR 25 some, and they get to establish what this is going to be, I don't know if there's a team better. And I'm super team the Young Bucks. The way these guys do it, and it feels old school while feeling like new school, and you still get all the high spots and shit. These guys are fucking tremendous.
And like I said earlier, these guys as heels now, they're talking shit during it as well. Like they're walking around with these big chips on their shoulder. They came out with the red jackets. I was like, nah, Stokely got them wearing Averexes now. Like, nah, it's out of here.
The Stokely bit's working a lot for him too, man. Like,
yeah,
them is heels, the heat is coming off crazy. Like, I was like, okay, this is the energy that the tag team division needs.
yeah. I really like this match until we got the shenanigans bit. I do think the story elements to it work, but man. So we got some mass figures coming in. Mass figures in wrestling.
Oh, no.
We got mass figures coming in the New Japan tracksuits, and I thought that this was smart because it got everybody to think, oh, it's a New Japan tag team that's interloping in, and it turned out to be the Gates of Agony. Gates of Agony were in New Japan World Tag League, so I thought that was smart to bring them in this way, and then having this turn into, well, wait a minute. Did Max tell you guys to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the revelation afterwards that Ricochet has always been holding this grudge against Hurt Syndicate since they bullied him a long time. I mean, part of his villain origin story is the way they treated him and rejected him from Hurt Syndicate. I'm still not sure if I believe that Max didn't have an influence on it, though.
Oh, yeah. No, Max definitely played a role.
And I think that it's smart that they're getting us to question what is true here, because I don't believe, as petty as Max is, that he would just go away after the Hurt Syndicate rejected him. I think that this is one of those things where Ricochet was like, oh yeah, I don't like them fools either, but that's the same reason why he helped him with Mark. It's like, oh, we have a mutual enemy here. And that's why I'm like, Ricochet might have done it for his own reasons, but I still don't believe Max had nothing to do with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I could totally see Max putting those things together. But I also feel like Ricochet had when he was a baby face, he was making a list of all the fools that were clowning him, and he's going to get back at him as a heel. And I think her Syndicate was on that list. But Max looked at it as, I could kill two birds with one stone. This fool hates Mark Briscoe. And then that's going to lead me to possibly getting these fools to help with her Syndicate. I liked that bit. I liked it.
Yes.
But
so yeah, we got the Ricochet and the Gates of Agony attacking Hurt Syndicate and running them out of the ring, and that's how we get it down to two teams in a ring. I saw immediately people that were like, oh, that's why MVP wasn't there. That's not why MVP wasn't there. If you did not see, if he wasn't there for like visa reasons, it was like a legal reason why he wasn't there. So, and I think he talked about that either on his podcast or something else, but it had nothing to do with the storyline, because people were trying to say, oh, well, he didn't want to be there because they were losing or something like that. It didn't have anything to do with that. But them being completely out of the match so that somebody else could get pinned for them to lose the belt, I didn't really care for that.
They can't even be ringside, Phil. That's crazy.
I didn't really care for that. But I do like where this is going. I do like the story elements with Ricochet. I do like that this is leading to Ricochet and his group versus Hurt Syndicate. That makes a lot of sense. The way we got here was kind of off. We were saying during the preview that I thought Brodito had the least chances of winning this. So I was very shocked that Brodito won, and shocked in a great way, because I thought it was a good feel-good moment. I thought it was a good crowning moment for Brody, because like I said, we talked about this last week, that Brody has been in a lot of tournaments for this company and he loses all the time. So I was glad that he finally got a big win. This has been long overdue for him, and Bandito is having an incredible year. So this all felt like it worked. It just, with the shenanigans around it, it was just like, all right.
Yeah, we talk a lot on this pod about striking when the iron's hot. So I like totally understood, like you said, it was a good surprise of like, oh, Brodito won this, because like coming into it, after their first match in this tournament, people were like, they should win. And like as each match kept coming, it was like, damn, these guys are amazing. Like they're on some other shit. Like maybe we should capitalize on this. So them capitalizing on it made a lot of sense. But yeah, just that bit of like the Hurt Syndicate's nowhere to be found. They can't even be ringside while you guys win the championships. It's like, okay, they're playing into some tropes that we've talked about. Very funny. But yeah, right winner, right moment. I think all of the shenanigans, they were a little too, maybe took a little bit away from the finish, but I think that it worked with the right winner.
Yeah, it was a little overbooked, but I did enjoy the match overall.
Yes.
And I do like the storyline that they're going with in the aftermath.
Mm-hmm. Same here. Like seeing them on Dynamite interrupts and come out and fight, seeing the Gates of Agony and Hurt Syndicate fight, and knowing that the Hurt Syndicate aren't World Tag Team Champions, so they won't just beat them the fuck up, made me feel very hopeful about it. Like it's like now anything can happen.
Yeah, and I do think it was the right move to get the tag belts off of Hurt Syndicate, even though they're very over. I think that they were in a tough position with them and how to book them as champions. And so with where the tag division is going, and you've got so many teams developing and coming back, like FDR is killing it again. Bucks are having a great year. And you've got so many options. I would like to see a more competitive tag division. Right. And I just don't think it would have been as competitive with them as champions.
And nothing against them. Like you said, they're super over, but I think they could still be just as over without the belts.
Yeah. Happy surprise, because I was definitely looking around like, wait, Brodito. Okay. All right.
I'm with it though.
Yeah. Funny enough, potato wedges are back, right? And honey barbecue wings are back. So I was sitting here eating KFC at the time, and I was like, yo, wait a minute, what? Hold on. Like I stopped like in like mid food. Like I was like, whoa, what's going on? Like, Brodito.
I love that was your meal. Did the honey barbecue wings hit just as good?
They're doing this thing now where they brought the hot wings back and they just put honey barbecue on the hot wings.
Oh, okay.
And so it's technically not the same.
It's not the same.
And I've seen people like, I don't like spicy food. And I'm like, but they're advertised as hot wings. So
they're hot wings.
It was cool. It just it wasn't the same. But I mean, potato wedges still fire though.
That's what's up. That's just a black tangent, you guys. Sorry.
I saw on the sign they're trying to say limited time only. I'm like, come on, dog. Bring these potato wedges back full time.
Bring the wedges back, dog. Why are you playing like this?
Stop playing, man. Yeah, no, Tony, the old honey barbecue wings were better.
Bring them back. Life is different.
Yeah. Kazuchika Okada defended the AEW Unified Championship against Swerve Strickland. Up next, I thought that this was a very good match. I was surprised with how many people were disappointed with it. I thought that they worked like a very old-fashioned style, work a limb style match. We had the story coming into this match that Swerve needs surgery, and so of course, the cheeky Kazuchika Okada worked his knees the entire match, and I thought that worked for what they were doing. Right.
Yeah, this was more of a storytelling match than like balls to the wall, two guys trying to outswag each other, which I think people thought that it was going to be. They thought they were going to be going blow for blow, bar for bar. And this was like, nope, Okada's coming in with the game plan. He's going to try to take out the thing that we know about Swerve, and that's going to be the tell of the match. But I thought that it was a very smartly worked match. Swerve kind of still trying to do what makes him Swerve with the flips and things, but them not working out because his knees feeling a type of way, and Okada taking advantage of that. Like, I think that they pair well together. Like, this was another one. This is when I first started to feel like the matches were being not rushed, but like this one needed like five more minutes, maybe 6 or 7 more minutes to really get into that next gear.
I came away from this match feeling like this is kind of what they did was to catch the last year, where they gave you enough to whet your appetite about what this matchup could be.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the last time we'll see them wrestle. I think they've got a much better match in them. And I think the whole purpose of this match was to tell the story that Swerve is going away for a while. He still is a big deal. He came out with the Mr. Terrific gear, which was fire. He had the big entrance. He still feels like a big star. But he's at the tail end of this like amazing run, like him being world champion and having a storyline with Osprey and everything. And you could tell it's like time for him to take some time off. And so I agree. I think this match could have went longer, but it definitely felt like they were telling the story of he doesn't have it all there to have the match he could have had with him a year ago. And so I feel like when he comes back, they're going to have an even better match.
Definitely was an appetizer. Felt like it, but still heat though.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, but I definitely came away feeling like, all right, they're trying to set the table for some stuff later.
Right.
But yeah, this Kazuchika Okada, of course, picked up the win. That's kind of the other thing as well. I felt like it was a predictable outcome. And I think in order for this to match to like feel like it was a bigger deal and to feel like it mattered, I think it just wasn't the right time for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I was feeling that all week with when the news had came out that Swerve had the issues, and I was like, well, that's not it, because everybody was like, Swerve's going away after this match. I'm like, well, you guys are saying that he's not going to win the match, right? Or not going to become world champion. So I think a lot of people going into it were like, well, Okada's going to win this, so it wasn't as much behind it as people had thought, but I thought it still was pretty strong.
Yeah, but I think you set up some good stuff here. This was a good way to write him off. We got the return of Wardlow in the aftermath of it. Wardlow returned as a member of the Don Callis family, attacked Prince Nana, and that's even more why I think we're getting another match between these two later. We're probably getting a Wardlow Swerve match at some point as well.
Where do you stand on Wardlow at this moment?
I think that this was smart. They needed a way to bring Wardlow back in. I know some people are probably gonna like roll their eyes. This is Wardlow in yet another stable. But I think it works because Don is continuing to add all these people. And at first it was just Don and Takeshita. And I think it's feeding into the eventual Takeshita turn. Because of course Takeshita came out at the end as well, because they had like the whole big Don Callis family starting lineup out there. And he came out at the end and he was kind of looking around like, who is this fool? Like, who is this guy? Like that when he came out and looked at Wardlow, like, yo, what are we doing, bro? Like, and like it's been tension with him and Okada that played out on Wednesday as well. I think he's looking around like, all right, I don't think this is. I feel like he's having a whole reaction when he came back and Dame was sitting in there with Cam and everybody like, all right, what are we doing here? Like, why are you signing all these people, man?
Do you think it's going to work out for Wardlow, but is this Wardlow's last chance?
No, because I think in wrestling, we've seen this happen so many times where people will be out on somebody and just like the right reinvention or the right like coat of paint will bring people back around. And so I think if you put him in matches that people care about, you put him in a storyline that people care about, he'll be fine.
I agree too. I think there's still something. He still has the presence. Like you can even feel it on the return here. It's like, oh, you still have that in there. They just have to, like you're saying, put him in the right situations and accentuate those things that got people to love him. But as a heel, I think it could work out for him.
Yeah, shout out to Mikey Ruckus because we haven't heard Wardlow's theme in a while. It's like, oh yeah, he got a heater. I forgot. Which also, speaking of, Okada's theme song is a banger.
Okada's theme
he
song.
Came out, I was like, yeah, nah, this is it. This is a winner.
Yeah, no, he got a hard theme.
But yeah, I like all of the stuff they set up in this match. I don't know if it's a good sign that I liked all of the stuff set up with this match more than the actual match.
Yeah, that's I mean. It's we care about storytelling and progression, so that it's worth something.
Yeah, but I was surprised at how much people were disappointed with the match because I thought the match itself was fine. Yeah. I just think it was more about stuff that they were setting up for the future.
Right.
And I think for this pay-per-view and a lot of the news coming around this pay-per-view, they needed to set up people to keep an eye on after the show. And I thought they did a good job of that with Wardlow, and then the Jamie Hayter return as well.
Agreed.
And just some of the other storylines they built up. It seems like they're doing something with Nan. So I think they needed to do this because, like I said, the big news coming into this show was that two of their biggest stars were going to go away.
Mm-hmm. I think they set it up pretty well. Like the people that you mentioned, we talked about Kyle Fletcher earlier. Hook is back. Like they have some. They're trying to move forward into the future for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Jamie Hayter, we got the segment with Tekla and Queen Amanada fighting from backstage onto the ramp, and that set up the return of Jamie Hayter. Still gets a massive pop when she comes out.
Yep.
She is one of those women right now that I think like you can heat her up and people would be in. You could tell us tomorrow she's challenging for the world title and fans would be in.
Yeah, something about her that just really connects. I mean, anytime we're about to really get the big Jamie Hayter moment and really get to celebrate her, something happens. So I think there's still that thing of like, people still want to see her get that big moment against Toni Storm, get the big kind of championship glory. And I think it's going to happen. The fans are still behind her. She brings a certain energy, even with the new additions to the roster, that some people can't bring. I'm excited that she's back.
Yeah. Sheldon's making a good point. The other part of not just like highlighting all the other people moving forward, but the catch the face turn is going to hit. And I think they know what like two of their biggest baby faces going away for a while. Takeshita is going to fill that void.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We also got the news that the guy will be back very soon. Orange Cassidy is cleared to return. Very excited about that news. I don't know where he fits in. I have to assume he's gonna fit in somewhere with maybe the Death Rider stuff. But yeah, can't wait to get this guy back on our TV.
I thought that we could have possibly got him back this Wednesday because I was like hearing some rumblings that he's back, but that's very exciting with, again, what we're talking about, people being out and people needing people to step up. I think there's a bunch of feuds and things that Orange Cassidy could fit in upon return. It's perfect timing.
Yeah. We got Timeless Toni Storm versus Athena for the AEW Women's World Championship. Toni is hilarious. Toni came out dressed as the Hunger Games character. The match itself, this happens every time when somebody gets too popular and they win too much. Then the internet crowd goes, well, when are they going to lose? It's like, yeah, but this is what we want, right? We want somebody to get popular and get the push that we wanted them to get, right? So I'm confused. Like at the spot that Toni was at, this isn't last year where she had all this time on top as a heel, and then she had this big storyline with Mariah. As a babyface, Toni Storm is one of the top stars in the company. You got to give her big wins.
Yes.
And you got to give her big wins over people that matter. And I think that sometimes AEW has fumbled this of like, they'll have like a big star and then they miss out on giving them like the big statement wins to cement them as a star. They haven't done that with Toni. They've done the right thing by giving her like big wins at her peak of popularity. And so I was very confused when I got online and people like, I can't believe Athena lost. I'm like, really? Y'all thought Athena was winning?
I didn't understand what was going on too. I was like, we got her so quickly and you guys thought Athena was going over. And I think to your point, Phil, like Toni is on these advertisements. She's front and center on posters. When they have promos for the pay-per-views, she's on there. And like we've seen that so many times where she hasn't gotten the big win and she's played the role to help someone else, or she's been in that heel thing. So like you're saying, she needs to rack up big wins. We need to look back at her run and be like, oh yeah, then she got a big win as champion at this show, or she got a big win as champion at these things. They started throwing the same Tony Hogan allegations on her and feel like she never wants to lose and all this stuff. I'm like, we don't even let these things flesh out. Like, it was a great match. I think Athena, more important than Athena winning this match, Athena joining the main roster and being mixed in and and put into this division is the most important thing. We need to be seeing her consistently on the show, and getting big matches like this and get big matches against Mercedes is the way to do it. But I didn't think she was going to beat Athena. And when the people were so upset saying they're doing this shit again on the internet, I was like, doing what again?
Yeah, I thought the way that they played up all the stuff with Athena coming to the main roster, being a part of Gauntlet, and capitalizing on a situation, getting a contract, and then in every tag match she was in with Tony, capitalizing on her being distracted by someone else and hitting the O face to win. That story played into the storytelling of the match, and that's why I was so surprised. I was like, no, they actually executed this perfectly of telling this story of if she hits this O face, it's over. And
Right.
the way she kept hitting the O face, she kept hitting it at the most inopportune times for Tony. So when Tony was ready for it, she countered it, and the counter was fucking beautiful. Like I thought, like the finish to this match was awesome. Like I said, I was so shocked that all I typed while it was happening, I was like, "Oh, that was an awesome finish," and people were like, "Disagree, I disliked it." I'm like, "No, you don't like the outcome. The finish was awesome.
Yes.
Like the actual execution of the storytelling in this match and the finish were good. Whether you like the outcome of the match has nothing to do with that."
Exactly. Shout out to somebody. I don't know if it was on this pod or the watch along. Somebody predicted that was going to be the finish too. And kudos to them. They were like, oh yeah, Athena's going to try to hit the O face and she's going to get caught with the crossface chicken wing. I'm like, hey, shout out to them. But yeah, just like you, I thought that it was a great finish of Tony. It's funny because it's been kind of a different view on her. When she was a heel, you kind of looked at her as like she was batshit crazy. She's nuts. She's kind of in her own different world. What is this? But as a baby face, it's like she's this unstoppable kind of smart wrestling superstar that it's going to take a lot to be. And so she's made this kind of transition into, I'm going to watch tape on you. I'm going to use what you used on me previously to work it against you. And people are mad at her for that.
Well, I think the great thing about Toni Storm as a character is that the start of the timeless Toni Storm character is, I'm uninspired. I don't know what there is still for me to do in this. I feel like I've peaked. And so the entire time with her as a heel and her getting better and better, and like the end of the Mariah storyline is her like, oh, you guys really love me here. You guys really want me here, which also plays into Toni in real life being uninspired after she left WWE and not knowing if she still fits into wrestling with everything she's accomplished in Japan and all these other things.
Right.
But now in AEW, she feels like she belongs. She feels like the misfit that's in front of the class, and everybody's like, oh no, we really like this person. And so the more she wins as a babyface, like the bigger the entrances get, like the more competent the wins get. And I really like that as the story. And I'm so confused that people don't get that that's the story, but I think it's also like we're in this time period with wrestling that I really don't like, that people are like, it's not her turn anymore. And I just don't think you can book wrestling that way. Like when somebody is hot and they're a star, you got to run with them while the iron is hot. This whole, she's had a few months as champion, it's somebody else's turn. That's just not how it works, man.
I hate that so much, Phil, because that's all what it was. They were just like, it's a thing, and she deserves that, and she does deserve to have an opportunity. She does deserve these things, but she shouldn't beat Toni Storm just because it's her turn, you guys said, and Tony's been holding it too long. It's time for her to blah, blah, blah. She's been hogging it. It shouldn't be about hogging. It should be about who's fucking over and who's carrying this as a champion, and that's what Toni Storm is doing.
And it seems like they do a lot of that with women's wrestling. It's seems like
mostly women's wrestling.
It's a lot of fandom of being like, okay, there are not as many opportunities for women. So all right, she's had her time. Let's give another woman a time. And I think if you want equality for women and you want women to be treated like the men, then yeah, if somebody's a star, they should be booked and used as a star. And she's one of the biggest stars in the company. You should book her accordingly. And I mean, I'm all for also feeling like you got to use this to give somebody else the rub. But I also don't understand being like, all right, we got to make a new star. Bro, Athena's been champion for almost 3 years. Like, I don't understand coming out of this and being like, dang, who's going to beat Toni? Who's going to beat Athena, bro? She's been champion for years. And you're just acting like, oh, well, Athena has to win here. If she loses here, it's over for her. Bro, she's still champion.
Yeah.
Like, and being like, all right, I don't like that the division is run by two stars that have held the belts for a long time, but you
Mhm.
also want to put the belt on somebody that's had a long reign. I don't understand that mentality. Like, I think, yeah, you got to make a star, but it should be somebody like Chris Statlander. It should
Yes.
be like Megan,
Megan.
or Jamie, somebody
Mhm.
that hasn't had the belt like yet. If you're gonna build a new star out of Tony's run, then yeah, put the belt on somebody that hasn't had a chance to get the baton and run with it yet. Don't just go, oh, well, I like Tony. I mean, I like Athena. She hasn't been on the main roster, so just give Athena the belt. Let's not even talk about how do we book ourselves out of the corner for having 2 belts, but let's just do it. Like, I don't really understand that.
No, I think it makes more sense for Athena to beat Mercedes too if she were to beat either one of these people. So, yeah, the talks around women wrestling and how these things go, and we've seen what Mercedes doing and what Tony's doing a gazillion times in the men's divisions of wrestling throughout history, and people being all freaked out and different about it. It's been
Yeah.
super annoying.
And I mean, Mike is saying this in the chat because he's saying I think people feel like Athena has been given an unfair shake in the last 2 years or so, and I also get that, but I don't understand people being like, "Oh, this is it. If she loses here, she'll never be on the main show again." I didn't feel that way at all coming out of this. I feel like she proved her worth on the main show in the past month. I think she's been great on TV. I think she was good in this match. I think if anything, this shows once she drops that belt, you got to put her on the main show and really push her. And like I said, I get it. I get feeling like the booking for Athena has been kind of, I don't want to say wishy-washy because it's hard to say wishy-washy when somebody's been champion for 3 years, but
Right, the longest reigning champion ever in that brand.
I do think that she's held that belt for too long, and I do think that she's been held on Ring of Honor for too long. I think they should have pulled the trigger on Billy winning a year ago.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean like, oh, because she lost here, she's dead in the water.
Right.
She's fine.
Or that she should have had to beat Tony. That was the only way to, you know what I mean? Like that. I think that her thing can be separate from we still need Tony to cook and we still need Tony to be this person too. And I think, I was reading a little bit about what she was saying, Athena, in the press scrum last night about ROH and what the importance was and the role that she wanted to play in AEW's ROH, and kind of how she took it on as a passion project too. And it was like she wants to kind of establish herself as what she became. So it's like, I understand it's probably has been too long and there's probably a couple of missteps in the booking of it, but I think when we look back in history and see that she's the greatest Ring of Honor champion of all time, that's going to mean something.
Yeah, it's hard for me to really digest people acting like, oh, it's over for her when she's heading into 1,000 days as champion, and just all of the historic things she's done as a woman with Ring of Honor. There was no spot like this for women on Ring of Honor. At one point, they didn't have a women's championship. And she's not
that long ago.
She's not only made the women's championship a fixture of that brand, the staple of that brand. She's main evented 4 pay-per-views as champion. She's been having stellar matches. I mean, she is the main. She's the main appeal of watching Ring of Honor at this point. Yeah. Like, you can say how great Bandito has been this year, but Athena's the one on the show that people tune in to see.
Bandito be on Dynamite.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think like coming out of the stuff with Mercedes, it made sense for like an AEW original, for lack of better words, to beat Mercedes and just go, no, you're not just going to be able to treat this belt like a trinket and just put it next to your other belts. No, this belt means something to me based on everything I experienced with this company. It should be the same way with whoever beats Mercedes for the TBS title. It should be somebody that's been with this company from the beginning, and it means something to hold that belt as a homegrown wrestler.
Right.
And I think it's the same kind of way with Tony. It should be somebody that comes after her. And yeah, it's a bold decision to put the belt on her. It shouldn't just be like, oh, just put the belt on this person because I want it. Like, yeah.
They earned it or whatever it is. No, it has to be a two type of deal where you get the championship and you get a big push because you beat Tony Storm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do think like also people are upset with like just the long reigns. Like
That's it.
it shouldn't be too long reigns for the women. But it's hard to argue with it at the moment because we're talking about two of the biggest stars in the company. Like we're talking about Mercedes and Tony. It's not like this is just like some average woman just holding this belt down.
Right.
Like,
it's not like they're shoving some woman down our throat that we never believed in. Like these are big stars.
Yeah.
Like they should be champions.
I firmly believe that Mercedes is going to break Jade's record before she drops the belt as well.
Definitely.
I think that's part of why she's held it so long.
Mm-hmm. And she got to get to 10, like she was saying.
Maybe. But I think that's part of it.
But totally, yeah, that plays a role. I think they want that to be a different face when you look back, when you Google who's the longest reigning.
Yeah. I mean, and being able to have Mercedes attached to that belt, and I think that's what they want.
Yeah.
But they have options. People that are acting like, oh, well, they're beating everybody. Who's going to beat Tony now? You've got so many options, man.
Bunch of options.
Like I said, you still have Megan Bain. You still have Statlander. You have Willow. You've got Jamie Hayter. You've got so many options to act like, oh, well, no, there's nobody now. That's not true at all.
There's a bunch of women. Mm-hmm. Aminata, like there's so many people that could be heated up to get there eventually, you know?
Bro, you've got where Tekla is right now. You've got some options, man. It's not like they haven't. And Tony hasn't wrestled Tekla at all at this point. You've kept her away from Tony. Like you've got options, man.
Right.
But yeah, the gloom and doom about this is like, oh man, I can't believe this is how they're booking women's division. It's like I think it's fine. I think it's a good sign that two of the biggest stars in the company right now are women.
Exactly. And they're doing it a different way. Mercedes with the belt and Tony and how she's one of the big. They're both bigger than just women's wrestlers. Like they're some of the biggest wrestlers in the entire company, and that's important.
Yeah, and I think this is like overall the most depth they've ever had in the women's division. Mm-hmm. I think that's a good sign, and I'm sure that's part of the reason some people are frustrated that they haven't elevated some of the women that have needed that big win. Like Stat's been overdue for a big win. Willow's been overdue for the big W as well. So I get that that's part of frustration, but also like I don't know, when you have a star of this caliber, I don't think you just like, all right, let's just move on.
Right. You don't just move on.
No, like this is just like thinking like Becky at the top of Becky's stardom, just being like, well, let's just give somebody else a chance.
Alexa deserves it though. Like let's give it to her. She really deserves it.
Yeah, boy, controversial. Hangman Adam Page versus MJF for the AEW World Championship. This was another internet reaction. I was just like, okay. Coming into this match, I did not like the stipulation stuff. I did not like how we got to the stipulation. The execution of it was it was very much overbooked. This was again just like the Hurt Syndicate, where I really liked this match until like the last 3 minutes. I was just like, why did we need to do that?
Like the leading up to the finish, Phil, this was great. Like both guys were exactly who we expected. Max is playing a dastardly heel for a lot of it, trying to manipulate Hangman through various shenanigans and bits. Hangman's the fucking main character world champion, just trying to beat Max's ass, showing him that no matter what he throws at him, he's going to be able to counteract it. And I thought Hangman was coming with some crazy ass strikes. Max, like, I liked it so much. I thought that it was a world championship match. It was representing what I wanted it to do until.
Yeah, I think these two have very good chemistry together.
Yes.
They've worked a lot of matches together. I think that they have a firm idea of what their characters are, and I think that came across well in this match. Hangman is the guy. When he came out and he had that big, massive pop, I was like, yeah, nah, he's the guy. He's the top guy of this company. And Max against him, he was getting great heat spots. He was getting the intended response for Hangman throughout the match. Prime example of that is when he set up for the dead eye and he hit it, and then you got that loud reaction where he jumped over the rope to set up the buckshot lariat. I think that was one of the loudest reactions of the night. And I think that you got there because they did such a good job of building anticipation for that throughout the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him playing into the can't get DQ'd, but Max is on some shit that I threw the table on the outside and all that. Really, really fun stuff. I think that Max, I liked it so much. I understood the strategy of what he was doing going into this, how he wanted to do the trickery thing, trying to get him to DQ him, then he's going to win. He has the dynamite diamond ring. Like, there's a bunch of shenanigans going on, but then the ref bump happened and I was like,
yeah, the bit with the ref I didn't like, and I know that this is supposed to set up Max's grievances of I won, and I didn't really lose this match, but I still have the contract. But even the way he still had the contract doesn't make sense. And I mean, bro, he counted to 3. The match should have been over. Like, it just didn't make sense to restart the match. Like, the way they did it was like, no, he counted to 3. The match was over.
Bryce counted the 3, 1, 2, 3, and then died again. He didn't ring the bell. He didn't do nothing. He died. And we're like, okay, Max won. But no, he didn't, because they didn't ring the bell. His song isn't playing or nothing. Then Mark Briscoe comes down, and I'm like, okay, Mark Briscoe's getting revenge. I don't hate this part at all. I think this is okay. Like, if they would have did a fake, some kind of not just sitting there, I think it would have been okay. They get Mark Briscoe out of there. Then Max gets the right idea. Oh, his foot's still on the ropes. I better get it off before Bryce see him. Bryce is still knocked out, you guys. Don't forget, he's still knocked out. Still knocked out from the 1, 2, 3 knocked out. Soon as Max goes over to grab Hangman's Page leg off the rope, Bryce springs up. He jumps up. He almost did a fucking kip up to get up. And he's like, ha ha, caught you. What?
I caught you.
He was so the deadest person I've ever seen in my life. And then 1 second later, he's so alive. I
got you. I saw it. I saw what you did. Yeah, that didn't make sense. And like I said, he counted the 3 before that. Is what makes he counted the 3 before he went out. It just didn't make sense. Yeah, just the way we got there. I didn't like the execution of that. But overall, I thought the match was good.
Yes.
And coming online and people like, this is the worst AEW world title match I've ever seen. I'm like, no,
I wouldn't say all that.
It was definitely worse. AEW world title. This was not nearly as bad as the Jay White match.
No.
This was not even close to being as bad as the Full Gear match with Jay White.
No, it was not.
With all the shenanigans and like the ambulance and all the rest of that stuff.
Right.
This was not even close to being as bad as that. But it had
I hated that 2 minutes of the match. That sucked.
Yeah.
But I think most of the match was great.
Yeah, it had that same kind of booking style that I didn't like. And I did think people that don't like this kind of stuff way overreacted to it and acted like, oh, this is one of the worst matches ever.
Here he goes again. I'm like, God, here he goes again. Don't put this on Max. They start, remember this. I'm like, oh, you guys are doing
way too
much.
I do think that there's some people that are just frustrated with Max and his style of storytelling. But like I said, I think overall this feud, I've enjoyed it up until like a week ago when we got the weird segment where he somehow has his contract back. And then like the last 3 minutes of this match to keep this feud going, I was like, I don't know that we need this. But overall, like I said, the match itself was very good. And I liked the ending of it, of Hangman throwing the contract back at him like, I don't care. Like, I know you're going to be coming back. I'll be waiting.
I'll do it again. Yeah, totally.
I'll just pick your ass again.
That energy of like, none of this matter. You did all this shit and I still beat your ass. Great. Made Hangman look like a superstar. I just think that. Yeah, I wasn't even mad at Max or Hangman. I think the referee is who looked dumb, like just fucking springing out of nowhere. And then when he tried to do the Dynamite Diamond Ring bit, then he has eyes in the back of his head all of a sudden. I'm like, all right, you guys, y'all are doing way too much.
Yeah, it was very overbooked with the ref stuff, but I think the match itself was good.
Yes,
And I thought Max's promo Wednesday was great. Him
fire.
being like seething, like, bro, this is the same thing I keep saying. I get busted open, you guys don't care. He gets busted open, you have sympathy for him. I get cheated in that match. He counted to 3, and you guys are not saying I won that match. But if this is Hangman, you guys are acting like it's the greatest travesty ever, and I got cheated, and you guys are still acting like you love him. Why do you love him? And I loved all of that. Like, and even him at the end being like, I am still coming for you. As soon as I finish with this guy over here, Mark Briscoe, who I should have just lit on fire when I had the chance.
Yeah, see, when that angry Max, like, not trying to take shots, I'm just mad and I want to fucking tell you why. There's not a lot of people better than him on the mic. All of it was great.
Yeah, and I still think his motivations are perfect. His motivations of being like, no, I'm the guy. I've been the guy since day one. Why do y'all love this guy, not me? They're dead on. And it also feels like it's kind of meta to the point of, I do feel like people kind of have Max fucked up. The way people talk about Max, like, this guy wasn't one of the best AEW world champions ever, and that he hadn't had like tentpole matches for this company.
Yeah.
He hasn't given some of the biggest stars in this company their best matches. They just act like everything he does is terrible and everything Hangman does is perfect. In character, it makes sense for him to feel that way. Like, wait, what are y'all talking about? Like, what do you mean? He's the guy, I'm the guy.
Because it's true. Like, he does have the accolades to back it up. He was poised to be the guy. Like, him and Bryan Danielson Iron Man match, that's one of the best matches I've ever seen. And people are like, when they talk about how bad Max is, they don't talk about the good shit too. You know what I mean?
No, he, like, when you think of like most of the big stars in his company, he's had phenomenal matches with him. The CM Punk feud, he had 2 really good matches with him. The Bryan feud, he had one of the best AEW World Championship matches with him. The Omega match, he had a very good match.
Collision.
The bro, like, I mean, he had a very good match with Jericho at one point. Like, when you think of like all of the guys he's worked that are like big stars, he's delivered with them, and people act like those things never happened.
They bring up the Adam Cole shit and the Jay White stuff, which were unfortunate bits, but that doesn't dictate the whole everything that he's done.
I don't even like them bringing up the Adam Cole thing because, I don't like the way the Adam Cole stuff ended. But it would have ended differently if Adam Cole didn't get injured. Like, we're not gonna act like at one point that the Brochacho stuff wasn't one of the hottest storylines in the company.
It was. That shit was
People
over.
were loving it, and I didn't like everything they were doing as Brochachos, but bro, it was over.
It kind of was overkilling a little bit for me, but like hearing how the crowd was reacting to it, it was another one of those. I guess I don't get it, but it's not for me, but it was for somebody.
Yeah, bro, this would have been totally different if Cole didn't get injured, and this ended with Cole winning the championship, and you had like him betraying him. It would have been totally different.
Yeah, I just hate that, like, there was this 3 minutes of this match we didn't like, so that makes Max the worst of all time, and that's just not true.
Which feeds into his character of being like, well, wait a minute, why are y'all booing me? I'm right.
It's right on. Like, I'm like, no, everything he's saying does happen. Like, people do not care of the positive things that he does. And as soon as he does something negative, they're like, yeah, this guy does suck. Remember?
Yeah. I think, it was a lot of over exaggerating about this match in general. I didn't really get it. I felt a little bit vindicated when Dave came and he gave it the 4.5 stars. I was like, yeah, okay, so I'm not crazy. This match wasn't terrible.
It was not.
We ended the show with the big lights out steel cage match. This is a part of my pitch of why the Young Bucks are tag team of the year.
Yep.
All of the small things they've done character wise, it just feels like they've restored the feeling of what the Elite initially were when this company started. Them coming out and production messed up their entrance again, and we got Bop. One of the best moments of the night. It reminded me a lot of the stuff from Double or Nothing in the best way. I still think that Anarchy in Arena is one of my favorite matches of this year. And this was a lot. There was a lot here that reminded me of that match.
Yeah, you bring up a great point here, Phil. It felt the Young Bucks stuff feels like 2019. Like, it feels like when AEW started and being the Elite was the fucking precursor to Dynamite and the bits would cross over. Like now it feels like we're in or we're on the joke or we're making the jokes. You know what I mean? Like whatever the connection is now with them just feels so like authentic in the alternative that we used to crave. And on top of that, they're wrestling and saying they're wrestling almost as better than ever. Like all the things are clicking. That's why because there was this talk this week of it would have been better if they would have just beat Ospreay and Swerve and just had the 1 year stipulation on them. But I'm like, no, what happened post that with Young Bucks? We needed that part.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, if they would have won, they would still been doing the EVP stuff. And part of what's so good right now is them doing this bum ass Bucks thing where production is messing with them, and you know they're losing all of their friends and all this other stuff. Like, I think the road to their babyface turn is a part of what's made this so good. If they were still doing the EVP thing, it wouldn't have been as good.
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't even have worked because they still would have been EVPs. It would have just been the same old shit. So all of these elements were needed. Hearing Bop on pay-per-view when I heard that shit in Reseda and I heard that shit in the Jewish sweat box in LA when these guys were nobody is like, what an amazing full circle moment. I'm sure when these guys were coming out to that in 2008 as their entrance music, they never would have expected that they'd be in front of these crowds, main eventing these shows with these other guys, you know?
In O2 Arena. And I'm sure every AEW fan doesn't understand what they're referencing. They don't understand that was their first ever theme song. But a part of what makes the AEW fandom what it is, and this goes into what I was saying last week about how AEW is niche and it services a specific crowd, is because like these kind of moments mean something to a certain kind of fan.
Yep. And I like that part. Like, I think that
me too.
I don't think that every moment and every angle and every match should be catered to the hardcores and people like us. But when we get a little nod, a little nugget, a little something, it feels good. It's like, damn, I've been around for 20 years. I've been through these guys with their crazy journey, and to see that happen in these big moments is fun.
Yeah, it's the same with Swerve coming out to Ain't Nobody at All In. Like, there were certain fans online that I had to explain, what does this mean? But it just felt special as somebody that's been a Swerve fan for a long time. And if you've been a Young Bucks fan for a long time, this was one of those feel special. That's why I don't know if they'll do it, but I'm telling you, I've said this before, they got to add the lyrics back to Christian, bro. If he comes out in Canada with the Evanescence, bro,
oh, it's over.
Bro, that crowd is gonna pop, bro. Like he needs to do it at least once. He should come out with the Evanescence theme at least once.
I'm with you. Yeah. Now thinking about the crowd, if they do the 2 songs back to back, the Cope and his song, that shit would be nuts.
Yeah. It needs to happen. I don't know who you need to call. I know like getting like certain music licensed is a chore, but bro,
it's money.
We need him to come out to Evanescence at least once.
Yeah, figure it out.
But yeah, we got the Golden Lovers, Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi teaming up with Darby Allin, Will Ospreay, Hiroshi Tanahashi against the team of Claudio Castagnoli, Jon Moxley, the Young Bucks, Gabe Kidd. Gabe Kidd an entrance to this. I guess I've just been in like contrarian mode throughout this entire show because when he was crawling around on the ground and getting hyped and charged up during the entrance, and people were like, "This is what he's reduced to, just like a lapdog." I thought it was really funny,
hilarious, dog.
I laughed really hard
when he was moving backwards. I was crying, dog. I'm like, this guy's acting like a big dog.
I thought it was really funny, man.
I'm like, reduced to, it looks like he's having the time of his life. But people were really mad though. They're like, this is the shit. I'm like, dog, he's in the main event of this big pay-per-view. What you mean?
That's what I was about to say. Like, I'm sure some people are gonna be like, you know, the usual, how does New Japan benefit from this? One of the guys that they've made a point to build up this year since January, putting him in there with Kenny Omega, is in the main event in his home country, O2 Arena. Like, this is a pretty big moment for him.
Yeah, I don't know how much bigger you can get. Like, what do you want from this situation? And this is how he's always acted too. Like, he's not doing nothing different. Like, this is him.
I thought it was really funny, man. Yeah, but people are definitely starting to hate on Gabe. Like, what's
They
going on
are.
with you? Like,
Yeah.
I think it's I I I I get it's two ways to look at it. Like,
Yeah.
he's been waving the flag harder than anybody else for New Japan.
I'm
But
with you.
soon as he got a chance to be over there doing AEW stuff, he's
I was
over.
gone.
As soon as I got a chance, I was gone. So that is kind of wild, but I do think that story wise, it does fit with what he's been saying all year. Like, no, these AEW guys suck. They're a bunch of dorks. And these guys don't put in the work that we do. They don't work as hard as we do. So yeah, it fits in line with what Mox has been saying all this time. Like, bro, these
Really
guys,
does.
like, y'all forgot what the spirit of this company used to be. And so it makes sense for Gabe to be somewhere saying these things, and Mox being like, yeah, why don't you come over here and beat up some guys with me? Like,
I mean, in New Japan, Gabe was finding deep, dark corners in the arena to cut his promos. They're talking about the same, like, they look alike. Like, I'm like,
look alike.
all the elements are there. How are people surprised about this? Like, he fits into fucking Death Riders like a glove. That part was really confusing because I'm like, what do you mean? Like, everything that he's been saying and doing, his looks like he is a Death Riders member no matter what.
Yeah. And I think, with the situation with him in the G1, he didn't get a chance to really, put his stamp on the G1 like he should have. Like, with the year he's having, I expected him to have a good run in the G1. And it didn't quite go the way he wanted. But at least out of this, he still got so much buzz coming out of AEW stuff. There are negatives to it, of course. Like,
Of course.
for it's a gift and a curse that he is getting the buzz this way. But I think it's fine. I do think he's still gonna have a big dome match this year, and it'll be fine. Like, it's all right. I do think they're gonna shuffle around the Bullet Club as well. It feels like something's
Looking
happening.
like it. Mm-hmm. I mean, Shingo's still pissed at Gabe, but it's all right. He'll probably.
And a lot of people are pissed. Like, Despy was throwing some shots. Like, everybody was like, "What are you doing over there? Don't you work here?"
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the real story of this match was Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay got the big video package coming into this, narrated by Alex Windsor. I thought that was really cool.
Tremendous.
Just showcasing his journey up to this point and just like where he is at this time. And the whole point is, will he be able to still compete at the same level when he goes away? And that is. It's because we've seen a lot of wrestlers have neck surgery and then that changed their career. I mean, that's a big part of like what made Stone Cold Steve Austin Stone Cold, that he went away and got the neck injury and he completely changed his in-ring style. So for a wrestler, neck surgery is like, well, you don't know what to expect. And so selling that coming into this show is it was very smart, because you're not going to put him in a world title match based on where you ended up with the Owen. So how do you still sell this as a big moment for him in his home country? And I thought that this was perfect.
This one has felt a little bit different than those ones that you described, though, Phil, because like the other neck injuries were unexpected, or they did it and then they were immediately out. Like them kind of pitching this as Ospreay knows he's going to have neck surgery. He knows something's wrong, but he's going to have this match first. This unsanctioned stuff has added an element. And then like his emotions coming into the entrance and being like, damn, he's like really emotional, like more than just like, this is a big match. Like it feels like there's something more to it. And like wrestlers are hugging him and shit. And like, there's just all this stuff kind of attached to it that it's like, damn, what's going to happen with Ospreay? Like he's such a important pivotal role, plays such an important and pivotal role in AEW now, that losing him is you're gonna feel it when you lose him. And so him displaying those emotions was like, damn, this is real. It started to feel extra real when you see him kind of tearing up after the video that his girl just did. Like it's like, damn, this is a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've sat at home at like 4 a.m. watching an Ospreay match on New Japan, and like Elevator started and I was hyped in. It feels like the longer he's been with AEW, Elevator has become like this thing for him. Like every time it's like, I'm ready to like run through a wall when Elevator starts. Like when the entire crowd started chanting Ospreay with him, it's like, yeah, we're out of here. This time, like after that video package, when Elevated started, I was like, let's fucking go. Get these niggas out of here. Let's go.
For reals though, that's what Ospreay represents, man.
Yeah, nah, it was very emotional. Like how hyped he was climbing up to the top of the cage and like standing up there. I'm like, bro,
damn.
And just how brilliant this is, because again, this isn't the crowning moment, but when this guy comes back a year from now and takes part in the Owen and he heads into All in London to challenge for that belt, bro, that crowd is going to go stupid. Like it's
what
just
a different life. It's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, they're talking, there's a lot of talks about how long he's going to be out and the things that are going on. And it's kind of crazy to think about. And then he did a couple of things in this match and you're like, of course, like you're not just, it's not like you're just like, I'm gone. I'm going to have this nice, easy way out. No, I'm going to hit a giant moonsault off of the cage. I'm going to get dropped on my fucking, you know what I mean? Like there are so many dangerous elements to this. It's like, well, he is going out with the bang.
Yeah, that definitely was his approach. Come in here and do as much crazy stuff as possible because he's gonna have to tone it down when he comes back.
Shit.
Which is it's sad also with some of the wrestlers in this, and we see like where Kenny is in his career with his health issues, and you see where Tanahashi is in his career wrapping it up. Tanahashi getting his final Forbidden Door showing, the very first Forbidden Door. He main evented that show as well.
Yep.
As we said last week, he coined the term Forbidden Door. So if anybody was going to be a part of this team and be a part of this match, was glad that he was here. His entrance was fire. And he won the match. I got emotional when he won the match because I was like, bro, it's another one of the moments where I'm like, he's really retiring, man. Like, I just don't, I don't understand why this is happening. Like, he's like, but man, he was great throughout. When he set up that ladder and getting ready to climb, and everybody's like, no, come down, get down.
Come down, Unc. No, not today. We're not about to watch you do this. Let me do it. Tremendous stuff. Yeah, I think that last bit, like you're describing, Phil, of them like, no, let's let Tanahashi hit the big splash. Let's let him get the win. It's like,
bro,
fuck. This is it.
Tanahashi ending the match with the high fly flow and getting the pin. And like I said, to really like stamp on that, bro, for the last few years, what Forbidden Door was, this guy was the reason we started doing this show. He closed the last show, was supposed to have a CM Punk match, ended up having a John Moxley match to end that show in United Center, and then O2 Arena at the end of his run with New Japan, closing out the show and getting the pin. Like, what a great moment, man. What a great way to end the night. But yeah, throughout this, like all of the crazy stuff, the Young Bucks stuff of them having production put together their bag of weapons and ended up being gummy bears. I thought that was very, very funny. I'm sure some
follow
people
along your fellow dreadhead, black wrestling includer Booker T, as in that was bullshit. That was the worst thing you've ever seen with the gummy bears.
I mean, what do people expect Booker to say at this point? Like, I don't.
He followed it up by saying, "I've never watched a full AEW show." I'm like, okay, so everybody stop listening to his AEW.
He doesn't understand why they're doing that. He doesn't understand the story in it. But it's so funny because that crowd will be like, there are no stories, but he doesn't understand why that happened. It's not like they just did a gummy bear spot just to do it.
No.
It played into the story of the match. I didn't care when I saw that. I was just like, okay, man. Like, but then also we're trying to hype up stuff that's on NXT. That's not good.
This match and the main event of Dynamite showed, Phil, one of the most important elements, Darby Allin. They just don't. He's different. Nobody can replicate what he does. Nobody can wrestle with the sense of urgency. Nobody, like, you can't teach that, what he brings, the element that he brings to this company.
Bro, we tried to do our guess on who's going to do the craziest thing in this match. And we kind of landed on Darby.
Yeah.
I was yelling at my TV when Mox started like digging into his ear. I was like, bro, stop. Stop.
There's always a point in wrestling, especially like deathmatch involved wrestling, where I'm like, okay, I understand. That's not that gross. I've seen light twos, all the
Bro.
things. That was like, all right, okay, not what?
When he was digging that fork into his ear, I was screaming like, "No, no, stop! Cut it! Stop!" It's like it looked horrible. It's like, for some reason. It's something with stuff with like people's ears that just makes me very uncomfortable. Like when Randy Orton did the thing with Jeff Hardy and he like was twisting his ear with the screwdriver. I'm like, no, nope.
Don't like
stop.
Nasty. Yeah, that was pretty disgusting.
Yeah, nah, that stuff with Mox was disgusting. But yeah, you're right. Darby in this match, he was incredible. He was incredible also on Wednesday. One of the best television matches. He's just really good at television wrestling. And I think that's kind of like one of the only cons of not putting the belt on Darby is that I would have liked to see like what he would do as AEW World Champion, having these like main events. Because he would have killed it on TV. Great and point. I think he eventually will, because I do think he will be AEW World Champion someday.
Definitely.
He's just so good at TV matches, man. He's just such a great, like, he's so different than anybody else that's on the shows. And so when he has these big TV matches with people, they feel like they matter. And even like here, when he's doing like the big dangerous stuff, he's just different, bro. He's one of those guys that feels unique to AEW's product.
Yes. Anytime you see him setting up for a big bump or a big dive, you're just like, Darby. You know what I mean? You could just feel that energy. Like the crowd knows it. Him and Gabe took a fucking disgusting bump off the top of the cage through some tables that Gabe got fucked up on. I was like, oh my God, you guys.
Yeah. But I love, like, we were wondering how this was going to look with 10 guys in a cage. I love that they went with like the New Japan cage that, of course, played into the event, it being New Japan AEW cross promotional show. I like that they went with the big cage and like had like the space around it. I think that they made the best out of that setup. Some of the big hardcore death match spots were insane. Kota Ibushi continues to be absolutely nuts.
Out of his mind. Seeing him and Kenny work against the Bucks again in this, I was like, wow, the vibes, the feelings are restored in a bunch of moments, a bunch of little moments in this match.
Yeah. This was a very fun match. I thought it was a perfect way to end the show. I think it was like I said, perfectly booked with like Indy was Tanahashi, and then everybody giving it up to Ospreay on the way out, and then Mox and the guys locked him in a cage and proceeded to try to kill him. I love that like if you follow like the long-term story they've been doing with Ospreay, I think at one day we're going to talk about this the way we talked about Hangman's run up to being world champion, how they did like this long journey with him, and by the time he finally got the win, it felt so earned. And it's the same way with Ospreay, because part of what happened with Brian feeling like he had to become world champion and prove that he can still go is because of the match he had with Ospreay, and him seeing in that match with Ospreay, like, I don't know what I still have to do, what I can still do here when you've got a guy that can wrestle like that, that's hungry, that's more athletic than me, he's younger. I don't know that I still fit in. And that sent Brian on this run in the Owen to become world champion. And then after that, that led to Blackpool Combat Club / Death Riders turning on him.
Right.
And also you got like the guilt of like him using the Tiger Driver on him and being so upset. And then like this leads to where we are today with him being carted out the same way that Brian did and lead up to out of Wrestle Dream. So the fact that all of those things tie together, I'm sure someday people are going to put together like a huge essay on like like what the storyline of year 1 and year 2 of Will Ospreay meant to him becoming world champion someday.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like, are they playing into long-term storytelling, like setting up something that could be for a year from now? Like it's interesting. The controversy that came with that too, Phil, of people being like, why did the baby faces just climb over the top of the cage? Or why didn't they just blah 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 was very funny too, with the heels poking them with sticks, with kendo sticks to get off the cage. I thought very funny bits.
What would have made this really funny with them like rocking the cage and like trying to pull it open? I kept thinking of like Shota's gonna come down on a motorcycle and smash through the cage, just like fucking Ready to Rumble.
That would have worked.
That would have been hilarious.
There was that one point that Ibushi tried to just fling his body to the cage and get through, but it didn't work either. So
yeah, but yeah, just everything they did with like them taking Will Ospreay out that way. And you could see like this was the first time that you could see Claudio's like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
mm-hmm.
Like, because this entire time he's been following Mox no matter what. This is the only time we've seen him show apprehension. Like, well, why are we doing this? Like, I understood why we beat up, why we beat up Brian. I was with you all the way on that. But why are we doing this? Like, we lost the match. What does this have to do with anything? And Mox is just like, nah, I'm petty. We beat this guy up.
Yeah.
And I think it made,
trying to catch this fool.
I think it made Mox feel like an even better heel. I came across after this like, I did not think I would be here 10 months ago because I was not feeling any of this Death Rider stuff. They've completely turned this around for me.
Boy, have things changed.
At the end of this, I was like, nah, Mox is top heel in the company, bro. This guy is like, and it just feels like he's gotten cooler and cooler, like over the past few months. Like he comes out, he's yoked up, he's got like his cutoff shirt, he comes out there with a swag to him. Marina's following behind him, she's cool. Like, nah, man, Death Riders are cool again, bro.
And I think even beyond that, the way that he's working, that he like changed his style a little bit too. It's way better. I'm like, I don't know. Mox looked in the mirror one day and was like, let me really show these fools. And he started showing us.
He had the Michael Irvin thing played in the background. What are you going to do about it?
And it worked because he's been coming out with some heat. I am not going to hold you. The Daniel Garcia match on Dynamite, I'm like, look,
bro,
Mox
it was great.
Working now.
It was great. So yeah, I like this angle at the end. I like how it played into stuff with the Death Riders. It kind of looked like they were like, okay, well, if you say this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing, but why? And even the stuff with Kenny afterwards, like Kenny was all upset, and Kenny has hated Ospreay this entire time. Kenny has hated Ospreay since he showed up in AEW. And he's just like, nah, man, this is too far. And like everything going on around it. Coda was all upset. Bro, Coda, you would have thought he was dead in there. Coda was like, nah, what is this?
Really selling it. Yeah, great way to, I think, we all knew that this was going to be the last match for Ospreay for a while, but adding that little element, getting some heat on the Death Riders, I think was the way to go.
Yeah, great way to get heat on them and then also write Ospreay off for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this guy shows up in the lead up to All in London next year. Gonna be insane.
Imagine when Elevated hits then. That shit's gonna be crazy. Yeah, fun show though. Yeah, I think they hit all the points they needed to hit, you know?
Yeah. Like I said, good show. I'm sure like if you asked me to rank AEW pay-per-views this year, probably wouldn't be like number one for me. Or even top 3, but I still think it was a very good show.
Yeah. I liked it a lot. But I wouldn't put it as number 1.
No. Send us in your super chats. Let us know what you thought of this show. Send us in your Humper Chat, humperchats.com/Fightful.
That's a fact. Let's get into a few super chats before we move forward. The homie Eloquent says Booker T hating on gummy bears in AEW is hilarious. When he just watched a blindfold match like 4 days after that or something. So.
Yeah.
But what do we expect? We know Booker T is flying the flag for over there. It's not.
Of course. He probably didn't even know the context like we just talked about. He's just like, oh, this is goofy. Y'all like this?
I love everybody sending him back like the Stone Cold supermarket scene or like whatever other goofy shit that he's done in his career.
Ricochet sending him the clip of Stone Cold pouring flour on him. Hilarious. Yeah.
But again, Booker T said he's never seen AEW. So next time you get mad at Booker T, don't. He don't even know what he's talking about.
Not really worth getting mad at. I think a lot of these things are just not worth engaging.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it, Eloquent. Grapple Geekery says, I love all the women's and pre-show matches. That tag match finish wasn't great. Also, the BS setup for the Hanger and MJF totally took me out of the match.
Yeah, I understand why. It was definitely overbooked, but overall, I like the match.
I mean, we know Max is gonna overbook something. That's him. That's his bit. Sometimes it's a little too much. Sometimes it's not enough, but it's expected.
Yeah. Did you? I didn't watch all of it. Did you watch any of Heat Wave? I just thought like, man, Oba and Javon, bro, those two guys, man, you gotta strap the rocket to them guys, man.
I saw a couple of their crazy ass spots that they're doing on each other, like dumping to the outside and shit. I like that the fans are super behind both those guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Grapple Geekery. Tyrone Kid says Philly teaching Mina how to Dougie was hilarious. That video, I don't know why,
hilarious, bro,
killed me.
Hilarious, man. Mina be outside, bro. Like it's so funny because I'm like, what is she doing over there? Like she just be hanging out
all the time, just in spaces, and it's great. She's amazing. Appreciate that, Tyrone. Yeah, that video was really funny. And then Michael Allen Lewis says Paul Turner or Bryce Remsburg, who's taking more heat? I think Bryce, because he does a lot of the main event ones.
Yeah, Bryce. Yeah. Bryce jumping to his feet, being like, I see you.
Yeah. The way that he just sprung up, I'm like, Doug, you were just dead.
Yeah, he was like one of those like Grand Theft Auto NPCs where it's like, I see you trying to take my car. How did you see me? You're like looking at the other direction.
You're looking over there. How did you see me? No, I saw you. I got eyes in the back of my head now, too. You can't use that. I'm like, all right. Please relax. That's all of our super chats. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. See, we've got some humper chats here. We got one from Tony P. He says AEW finally capitalized off a good pay-per-view with good, strong, and focused post-pay-per-view Dynamite. They started off hot with a promo and fun match that pushed Danny's story that ended with a great match, which had Bam Bam / Spike tribute. Darby indeed is back. LOL. Yeah, Darby's that guy, man.
He's nuts. Like that's the type of energy that I want for all of my Dynamite main events.
Yeah. Tony also says that show got me invested about all the possible stories for All Out now. If they put together the right card, some wrestling fans on the fence about AEW or WWE may pick AEW because from what I'm seeing, WWE isn't trying to hit with anything right now.
They're trying.
I mean, it's certain stuff that's for their audience. That's what it is.
Right.
Yeah. Then Tony also says, now for a Death Before Dishonor. That was a fun show. And again, has tricked people into thinking Ring of Honor is about to have some real direction soon. LOL. STP winning the belt and having the crowd chanting was a beautiful sight. So happy for Carly and the Cap.
Yeah, every time there's a Ring of Honor show and then everybody's so invested in Ring of Honor and then the day after nobody's invested anymore, it's always really funny.
Yeah, Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor took place last night. Very, I don't want to say thrown together.
That's not the right word.
But it very much felt like a last minute show. And you could tell throughout with like some of the booking decisions, some of the matches that ended up on the show. I'm like, why is this here?
It feels like Tony kind of got into it in the media call before. It seems like he had some other ideas on what the show was going to be, and some injuries might have shifted a little bit of the card.
Yeah, I could see that. But it just was like the way a lot of matches were announced like the day before, and just like some of this, like it did make me feel good about where Ring of Honor is as a brand. And I think it's to Tony's point about like it just doesn't feel like this brand has a direction. And the unfortunate part about it is that they'll be able to pull out shows out of their like they could do it. They could pull
Every
a great
time.
show out of bad booking every time because they've got good wrestlers. And so, you know, the in-ring product is good, but just like trying to follow Ring of Honor regularly, it's not nearly as rewarding. You want to say that?
Yeah, that's kind of the curse, is because like all data shows that anytime we put together a big pay-per-view, it knocks it out of the park. People are talking about ROH is that next, ROH is this, ROH is that. But I don't think the weekly program, I don't think people are invested in the weekly programs at all. Like the only time they focus on them is when the big shows happen, but they don't care what happens on Thursdays. They don't care about some of these matches were built and done on the show. They don't care about any of that. Every time that people talk about the ROH show, they say that it should be on YouTube and not on Honor Club.
Yeah. And of course, we had the technical difficulties around the show that didn't help either. Technical difficulties that led to the show being on YouTube and not on Honor Club. I was confused because my Honor Club was working fine, and I watched the entire show on Honor Club. I didn't know why people were upset until I got on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh, I guess." And then, at that point, I realized it was on YouTube. I watched the entire show on Honor Club. Funny enough,
it was shaky at points for me, but I thought it was just what I was watching, and then I got on, and everyone's like, "No, it's shaky for everybody." So shout out to Tony Khan for making that move to be like, it's if you're having an issue, then everybody could just watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, I guess most of it happened during the pre-show because, like I said, when I was watching it, I didn't really see any of it.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, we had 4 pre-show matches. I didn't watch any of the pre-show. Did you watch it?
The pre-show, no, yes, no, yep,
yes, no.
I watched half of it. I was trying to remember. No, I watched half of it. I didn't watch all of it.
Yeah, I saw Adam Priest. Continue to be a fan of Adam Priest. I saw he was in the 4-way. Dralistico picked up the win against him and Angelico and AR Fox. Very happy that Angelico is back with the company. He's one of those guys that's been there since day one. And I don't know if he got injured or what happened, but he had disappeared from TV for a minute. So glad to see him back.
Yeah, I think it could potentially be injury because he was out for a while. I love him in this spot in Ring of Honor. I think he could represent something great for either their pure, I think in the pure title division, like him and Lee could put together some magic, or the TV title division. I think he has a lot of places to go on there. Love seeing AR Fox in this position. Anytime he's in a 4-way like this, he always kind of excels. And this was his bag, ECW arena type shit, like Philadelphia stuff. He's been doing that for a long time. Adam Priest, I hope that they actually do have him locked under contract because I think I'd fucking make him I'd have him beat Bandito eventually. That's how confident I am in this guy.
Yeah, he seems like a guy like you could put him in that pure division and make magic with the Lee matches.
Yes.
So yeah, Billy Starks versus Ashley Fox was also on the pre-show. They're doing more of the pure matches with the women to set up the tournament, which was also announced same day.
Right.
Yeah.
That's when I've expressed some frustration to some higher ups out there about how they present the shows. And I said that after the Texas shows of like, I understand the strategy of putting everything. Sometimes they'll put out 6 of the matches on the day, an hour before or whatever. I understand that strategy. Some shows are sold, some shows are booked, but you would get more people if you advertise this more than a day before. Like some people want to attend the shows. Some people don't even know the shows are happening until they're happening. You know what I mean? So like, I'm saying like beyond, I know you could put together a great show. You've done it. I know the card's going to be amazing. That's great. But if you want to get more people attached to this and other people to hear about it, you got to do something else.
Exactly. But yeah, we started the show with the conglomeration, the team of Hologram and Tomohiro Ishii taking on the premier athletes. Conglomeration picked up the win. You know, this was pretty much just a standard tag match to start the show. Shane Taylor Promotions took on the Sons of Texas for the Ring of Honor 6-man tag belts. The story here, of course, is that 2 belts, Dustin Rhodes, is out with double knee surgery. And so he had to vacate both the 6-man and the tag team belts. So Sammy Guevara stepped in for him. Sammy did double duty on this show. The the fans in Philly were not happy about seeing him twice because he got booed very heavily through both of his matches.
They did not like him in Philly.
Yeah, but yeah, Sammy and Von Erichs taking on Shane Taylor Promotions. It definitely was also a theme throughout this show that the Philly audience did not care for people from Texas. Of course, if you know, you know. Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys have a big rivalry in that division. So yeah, the Philly fans were not a fan of anybody from Texas. They were booing anybody from Texas on the show.
They started to get into Athena in the main event. Like they were, if you from Texas, they did not fucks with you. This was a bittersweet, great victory. I think coming off of Supercard of Honor, we were going into that show thinking that the Infantry was going to become the ROH World Tag Team Champions. And when it didn't happen, that was very weird and unfortunate. And I think that immediately led to Dustin going to being in the All-In match and becoming AEW TNT champion. So some things got shuffled around, but I thought that they were going to get the big victory for the Infantry and then become ROH champions, potentially in one of their hometowns. They were in Chicago after that. It could have happened for the captain in Chicago, but it never happened. So that was unfortunate. But then when they announced that both sets of tag championships and the trio championships were going to be vacated, I was like, they're primed for either one of those. Feel like they could be either tag team champions or trios champions if given an opportunity. So when they announced this match, had a good feeling about it.
Yes. I was very unhappy that the Infantry did not just win during All-In weekend because it felt like that was the right time. And I didn't even think about it till way after the fact, but I think that was part of my frustration when Dustin won it All-In because I was like,
oh right.
Because I did not understand why they didn't just put the belts on Infantry there. I still think that was the wrong choice. But you can see here if fans here watch Ring of Honor regularly, they were behind Shane Taylor promotion. Shane Taylor, of course, was a big part of Ring of Honor before Tony bought it. And then also, like, Infantry have been on the upswing for so long, it feels like this was long overdue. So I'm glad that they finally got the win here. I almost want to say it feels like it was a little too late. I don't want to be that negative on it, but I just still don't understand why tag belts on them.
That was definitely the time for them as a tag team to do it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I understand coming out of what happens in the rest of the show and how they looked after it, making them that now makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad they finally pulled the trigger, especially because I think the difference between this show, like I was talking about on Twitter, the difference between Death Before Dishonor and Supercard of Honor is Supercard of Honor really felt like a supercard. It took time to get to it, but we had like some international stars, we had some luchadors, we had some people from other avenues that weren't just ROH regulars that go along with what that show represents. This card, Phil, felt like a weekly, when you watch the Honor Club show, this is for you. Like the Infantry's on there. They've been on there for a long time representing what AEW is or what ROH is. And Sammy and like all these people that are kind of part of the TV program, this is more catered to those. And that's what I liked about this. If you followed along, a lot of people that you followed along with were rewarded or earned something good in this show.
Yeah, agreed. But yeah, I was very happy that they got the win. I was very happy that the crowd was behind them. It was long overdue. I continue to say that they need to figure it out with Trish as well. Like, what are we doing? Push this woman. Like, what's going on? I don't like that she's in the pure women's champion tournament, and it already feels like she's like set up to lose. Like, we already know she's gonna lose. They set it up later in the night with the first match we got that Deanna's gonna be there, and I don't really care for that, but
damn.
Yeah, it is what it is. Queen Aminata versus Taya Valkyrie in the first tournament match for the inaugural Women's Pure Championship match. This was what it was supposed to be. Put Queen Aminata in a spot to be like one of the favorites to win this tournament, and then immediately introduce Deanna right afterwards because people have been asking for Deanna. And so, again, I just wish it wasn't at the expense of Trish Adora next week. And then I feel like I'm complaining a lot, but I don't like that you've already put yourself in a situation where we just know Trish is losing, and you can't even really complain about it because I want to see them do more with Deanna as well.
Right, exactly. That's what it was like. I almost wish they didn't have Deanna come out. Like I like that she came out because I'm happy that they displayed her, but them kind of telegraphing what we think is the win is, I don't think really helped it. It's funny that talk this week. Tony Khan was talking about, somebody asked him about Deanna and what her place was in the company, and he was essentially saying she was going to be a part of this and end this show. And so for her to show up, I was like, okay, that's interesting. She is here and she should be on display. So was happy to see her here, but I almost could have like waited to the next ROH show maybe to do whatever this was, because now I'm like, all right, they're already setting that matchup.
Yeah. I just wish they would do better with Trish. I wish they would do better overall with Deanna. Deanna, of course, has history with Ring of Honor, so her being a part of the brand again makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it kind of feels like the way that the bracket is set up that Amanada is probably going to make it to the finals. This is going to be their way to finally give Amanada a big championship win, maybe. I
was thinking maybe Amanada. I mean, there's a couple of people on the other side that she can be against, like Deeb or
Ika,
you know.
Yeah, I think the fact that Deeb is on the other side of the bracket tells me it's probably going to be Amanada versus Deeb in the finals.
Which will be fun, which will be great, which will work out. I'm interested in it. I think that Amanada having a championship, if that one is going to help out moving forward.
But yeah, she's incredible. I thought she had a solid match here with Taya Valkyrie.
She did.
Looking forward to where they go with this belt now that the tournament is finally starting.
I like everybody in the tournament, so that's dope.
Yes. We got the newly christened tag team, the Swirl, Lee Johnson and Blake Christian, taking on the Kingdom, the team of Matt Taven and Mike Bennett. I was very surprised to see Matt Taven and Mike Bennett here because we haven't seen them together in a minute.
I didn't know where they were. I had heard some talks about what was going on with them. Been following along Mike on social media because he's a very motivating person. I like to see him get big wins and stuff. So when they announced the Kingdom, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I love the Kingdom. I think they're a great tag team. And I think this ROH tag team division specifically needs them in it. So seeing them on there was interesting. Love what Blake and Lee are doing, the Swirl, the little promo that they had before with Jay Lethal, where he was just like, watch my match, homie. It was like great, like good stuff. Antagonizing Jay Lethal was great. I think both of these teams could add a lot to this division. And when they got cooking, it was a fun, like it felt like, oh, the Kingdom is back. This is where they kind of thrive at, like with just another tag team just going for it.
Yeah, very underrated tag team. I don't think that they really got their fair shake as Ring of Honor tag team champions.
I don't think so either.
But yeah, I think this match was fun as well. Lee Johnson and Blake Christensen are a fun team. They do all of the fun flippy stuff. Blake Christian is a great heel, a very entertaining guy in general. So I'm glad that they found like a spot for him here. I think Ring of Honor is the perfect spot for him.
It is.
And this tag team, like I said, is a lot of fun to watch, and putting them against a Ring of Honor staple like the Kingdom made a lot of sense.
Yep. Really fun tag match for the middle of this show.
Yeah. Then we got Lee Moriarty versus Shawa. I think I'm pronouncing that right.
Shawa. Yeah. Good one.
For the Ring of Honor Pure Championship. Excellent match. Like I was saying earlier, it feels like Lee Moriarty is finally in that bag doing what I wanted him to do, having like the big technical master classes with guys, putting him in there against like all of these guys from other companies, like having this year having like a Blue Panther match and having this match. Like, what a great notch on his belt. And I want to see him have more matches like that. Put him in there with like Zach and put him in there with other guys, like having like, because he's got a Nigel match on his belt as well. He's got like all these other great technical matches. Like I keep thinking the one that I want to see him have is probably not going to happen though. But yeah, what a great match, man.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think Lee is really gotten right into that position as the ROH pure champion and established it differently than the previous champions are. Like they said last night, he's the longest reigning pure champion ever. He's really carved his little place in Ring of Honor TV and what they're currently doing. This match was awesome. Like him kind of playing the veteran, cocky, I'm going to get you to lose all your rope breaks, then really kind of punish you with that was great. There was like an old school luchador, like legit, like Mil Mascaras type, the ones you used to see that do the flying headbutt, the fucking tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Like he really, I love the kind of vibe that he brought to this. But Lee, I think, has been in the last couple of high-profile pay-per-view matches showing that I love him using that strategy of forcing you to use all of your rope breaks so then he can utilize the ropes in the finish. And he did the same thing here of like forced him to use all his rope breaks. And then when he thought he was out of it, he actually utilized the ropes in the finish, stretched him over it, made it look really disgusting, made Lee look like a fucking monster and somebody that's going to tear everybody's head off, and really added something to this championship.
Yes. Also love Lee leaving the ring with his belt up, and then all of the Shane Taylor promotion guys coming out, and they all held their belts up to go to the next segment. That was great. No, it's not Brian. I want him to have aggression match. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see that match though. Of course, he's had aggression match, but not at this point. Like with him as like the top of the pure division, and
it has to be with that belt in Ring of Honor, and I don't know if that's gonna.
I don't think we're ever gonna get that.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, probably pleasant surprise of the show. QT Marshall taking on Paul Walterhausen in a fight without honor match. Given the way we started this show and the way we were talking about, like, yeah, it might be time to gatekeep wrestling again. I was surprised how good this match was.
Yes.
And I mean, it's been very clear from the beginning that Paul Walterhausen is a big wrestling fan, that he really cares about wrestling and particularly this style of wrestling. Like there are certain celebrities that you see, they all like flock to WWE. Paul Walterhausen the entire time has been like, nope, I'm an AEW fan. Like I'm a fan of this specific wrestling. And I think that's come across not just in all his appearances with AEW, but specifically in this match and like the style of match he wrestled here. And like I said, I was surprised how good this match was.
And like you're saying, Phil, this guy's won a Golden Globe and an Emmy. He could be over there. Like if he was like, hey, I have this Golden Globe, put me on there, they're gonna flaunt that. And he's like, nah. He's been in MLW, he's been in some random indies, and now he's in here in AEW and ROH, and he's like doing hardcore shit. Like I said, he has a Golden Globe. He doesn't have to be doing bloody plunder matches with glass and thumbtacks and fucking tables. I thought this was way better than I expected coming into it. When they were previewing it, I was like, okay, here goes QT. QT with another one of these celebrities, Phil. I don't know how I feel about this, what's gonna happen, but I was like, okay, the little build-up was funny. They brought back QTV. Did you see that with Harley? He was like, I don't know if I should be here anymore. Really good bit. I liked it a lot. And so as the match started happening, I was like, what is this gonna be? And then as the weapons and stuff, the plunder started happening, I was like, oh, this is fun. The one bit where QT got him up for a power bomb and he like got him up there, I was like, that's impressive on QT as strength and as Paul Walterhausen getting up there to be power bombed into those thumbtacks. Thought it was a great bit. Him getting frustrated with setting up tables and then hitting that fucking rolling Finley off the apron through the table. Tremendous. Like way better than I could have imagined. I mean, it's not that hard when you have plunder and you know how to structure a match like QT Marshall does, but I think Paul Walter did way better than I could have imagined. I've seen him do a couple matches before.
Yeah. I thought this was a fun match. I was impressed with him throughout. I mean, my man got some color. I was like, wait, what are we doing?
He did.
He got some color. And like some of the spots he managed to pull off were pretty great.
I
Kudos
will
to him.
not gatekeep that. Like that's a celebrity who
And you can't gatekeep that.
That's a celebrity who's earning his position. He's been to wrestling school. He's real about this. He doesn't just have his own locker room and wait for his match to happen. Like he knows what pro wrestling is. And I think him always talking about it so much has brought more eyes onto it. I mean, during his speech of winning these awards, he's bringing up pro wrestling. This guy really loves this shit.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like he's just doing it for clout and just showing up like I want to be over here next to wrestling because it doesn't feel like it's like clout thing. And I'm of course not throwing that at any other, celebrities that have done it, but like just coming out of this weekend and seeing like some of the other stuff going on, it's like maybe we don't have to do that.
It's a fact.
Tyrone, speaking of Progress champ, the homie Man Like Drees is Progress world champion, man. Shout out to him.
Shout out to him. Big win in that TLC match. He's been traveling all over the world, really earning that. So that makes sense. Well deserved.
Yeah, shout out to him. Great wrestler. If you are not up on him, great wrestler. Somebody's going to snatch that guy up very soon, and he's going to be on your TV.
I thought for sure when Leon Slater got signed to TNA that he was going to be there too. So
me too. I thought he was going to end up either in TNA or NXT for sure. But yeah, after that we got Sammy Guevara again playing double duty, not defending the tag belts because of course the Ring of Honor tag team belts are vacant, taking on the Outrunners with a surprise guest coming into it. A lot of people were saying possibly Ortiz. Turns out it was Roosh. That was not on my bingo card. Sammy Guevara joining LFI, especially after a certain situation with him and another ex-LFI member. I wouldn't have guessed that, but here we are.
I wonder what that group chat was sounding like last night. It must have been like, hey, what's up with the homie? When did they I could have guessed 100 names, Phil, that were gonna join Sammy, and I would have never gotten a Roosh. Like out of those 100, I would have never guessed. Like, what? Like hella confused, but not mad at it at all. I mean, as we saw, Sammy is so much better as a heel. Like it just people want to boo this guy. Earlier in the night in his trios match, people were already booing him before they even knew he was bad. So like it made sense that he immediately got into it. I love the shitty little heel he was being in the match, his little smirk, flipping people off, telling people fuck you and all that, playing into kind of being another little brother to Roosh because he's always the big brother in all situations. Roosh coming in and being a dick like we all know and love. Like I liked the pairing together. I just wasn't expecting it at all.
Yeah, was not expecting it at all either. But I think this leans into where Sammy seemed like he was heading before he ended up joining Jericho again because he was doing like this Scarface thing and he was doing like he's coming out in like the suits. And I think now when you think about him with LFI and him having a suit on next to those guys, it seemed like it works. And like
that makes sense.
I mean, this feels like, take number 1500.
It's kind of like with Wardlow, you know what I mean? It's like, another group, another thing. Like,
another reset for Sammy. But I think it's fine because like he needed something coming out of Dustin stuff. It seemed like they were setting up a heel turn with him and Dustin, and then Dustin got hurt. So they had to figure out another way to get there. And so I'm fine with it. I, again, wouldn't have guessed Roosh. This match ended up being a lot of fun because Roosh is just an incredibly entertaining wrestler. He's one of those guys that I'm still not convinced that he knows wrestling is fake. Well, let me not say fake. That he knows that, some of this is not supposed to be real.
Yes, like you're not supposed to really punch guys in the mouth or slap them or yell, like whatever. Sometimes I'm like, oh, he's going, this is extra. Like at the end where they win the belts and like the Von Erichs come out to confront them and then they jump the Von Erichs. But then the Von Erichs like so happen to like get up at one point and then they just like try to attack him again. But they were like, it didn't seem like everybody was on the same page. And then Roosh put his belt down and I was like, oh no, he seemed a little extra aggressive. It just felt like it was breaking down. It did not, but that's the kind of energy that Roosh brings to this.
Yeah. Love Roosh. But yeah, having Sammy here, I guess that makes sense. And then you had Release the Code come out later, and like the three of them. So it seems pretty
I like
evident
it.
that
I'm not
he's
mad.
joining LFI. I'm not mad at it. Like I said, you needed to do something with Sammy, and I mean, this is something else to do with the tag belts as well. Roosh has plenty of history with Ring of Honor, and so it's an odd choice, but I fuck with it. It's fine.
Good for Sammy. I hope it works out for him. Genuinely, like he needs something, and I think this could be it.
Yeah. I don't know if I ever felt like the Sons of Texas stuff fit. And I think it's because he's just such a natural heel, and people just want to root against him. I think him being like a dislikable guy next to Roosh, like I think that makes more sense.
Yeah, it didn't work because everybody wants to cheer Dustin because we like what he's doing at this point. But then, like, we can't cheer Sammy though. Like, he's just like gets that smirk, and like he kind of does. He can fly and do all these cool things, and kind of with ease. Like, it's just a hateable quality about him.
Yeah, and that crowd was letting him have it all night. They were booing him all night before he like leaned into the heel turn in this match. They were booing him.
He had already.
He had to been sitting around smirking like, all right, guys, I'm gonna give you what you want later, but chill out.
It worked out for him.
Yeah. Bandito versus Hechicero for the Ring of Honor World Championship. Man, Bandito is on an incredible run. I mean, this guy, I almost want to say that by the end of this year, he will have outgrown that belt, because this guy's a star.
I was gonna say by the end of this year. It might be now. Shit. This guy
he's out of here, bro.
I can't believe it. Like yesterday, I tweeted. People have been going back to my tweet because somebody's like, "What's your prediction?" I was like, "Bandito's gonna fuck everybody up again." And then I knew he could do it, but then like it was even better. Like Hechicero has had some great showings in this that we've seen in the last year. Feel like so much fun, but this is far and away the best Hechicero match we've seen in AEW/ROH. Like the work here is, I don't know. There's a certain element, like I talked about it with Darby Allin. I think that Will Ospreay has it, of like their matches are just so different. And when they get locked into, when they get into that stretch of I'm the baddest motherfucker in the world, there's nobody that can stop them. When Bandito started going back to back with the dives, then he comes in and he hits the suplex, then he comes like he starts going into his bit where he starts showing his power, and then he does the fall away slam off the top rope. Like this guy is dynamic, and there's not people that move like him. He don't wrestle like any other luchadors. Like he's just, I don't know what it is. I don't know how it happened. It's crazy. There were so many wild spots in this. That point where Hechicero did the whatever that helicopter spin thing
off the apron. Yeah, that was
what the hell
insane.
was that?
That was insane, bro. Like the helicopter move he did off of the apron, like some of the holds that he was doing, and like the hold where Hechicero just sits straight up out of the submission to get out of it. Like, bro, bro.
He brought him around the world with the surfboards, and then Bandito switched it, and then he hit the surfboard, but then he flipped out of it. There was that point where they're on the apron, or not the apron, the guardrail, and Bandito suplexes Hechicero onto like half of the guardrail, and they both go crashing to the mat. Just so many points of Hechicero could pull this out. I saw people online being like, hey, maybe he's going to win this. Maybe this is the way to get Bandito fully onto the main roster. Maybe this is the way to transition him out of ROH. But like I said, when Bandito got into Super Saiyan mode, as I like to call it, where it's like, there's nothing in the world that you could do to stop me right now. I don't know if there's, I understand why everybody's saying he's a wrestler of the year. Cause like,
yeah, he's had too many of these this year. Like the Takeshita match during All In Weekend, like this match, he's had too many of these this year. He's been on an incredible run this year. Like, man, when you think about where we were last year at this time, that belt was still on Jericho. We were trying to get to this point with Bandito. Different times.
Completely different times.
Different times. But yeah, Hechicero is also just an incredible wrestler as well. It's like the holds he does, and like just like again, he just has like this it factor to him. He comes out there and does his like hand movements and shit. Like, bro, he's such a cool wrestler as well.
Yeah,
but like,
he's cool.
I agree with you. It's just something about Bandito, bro. He just feels like the coolest wrestler in the world sometimes when he comes out there and does his taunt with like the gun and just like his finisher is super cool. Like
finisher's crazy.
The feats of strength he does, and then he can still do like the crazy high flying moves as well. It just feels like this guy can do anything. He's kind of like Claudio, where you can see Claudio do like all of these like otherworldly things, but then he'll pull something else out of his head, and it's like, what was that though?
That's what's wild about Bandito, because he was like going strength for strength with Hechicero, and there's like so many moments that like I always bring up the fall away power slam or the moonsault fall away slam, because that's like holding a man on the top rope and then hitting a moonsault with that man. You're not supposed to do that. Insane. And then like Bandito's always shorter than everybody, and he looks like there's no way he could do it, and then he always does it. But then, like you're saying, he could get in there with Mystico and go high flying and do just the craziest shit that you ever seen. When he does his dive over the rope and it looks like he's gonna wipe out, but he doesn't wipe out. It's like this guy was created in a lab. Like his matches are structured differently. They sometimes are structured like classic lucha libre matches, but to an American style. He still has like this kind of spot fooey thing, but also they're building to stuff. Like there are just so many different directions that this match specifically went, and that Bandito has been doing as world champion, that I can't believe it. Like they locked in at one point here where they're both just going back and forth, where it was like, this is unbelievable. I didn't think after the Takeshita match, I was like, he can't continue to do this, but he's continued to do this. After we just watched him tear it up in the tag match as tag team champions with Brody King, but like what he's doing as Ring of Honor world champion in these, what they say, this is like 37 minutes or something, these 30+ minute matches, is like undeniable. Insane. Like it's crazy.
Insane. And I've seen Bandito wrestle a lot. Like I've seen him wrestle here, like up on the west side for like TNA or like in like small shows, and like you could always kind of see that this guy's got something to him, man. He's just got an it factor to him. But like the run he's been on this year, man, it's just been out of this world, bro. Like I mean, he had a show at one of those residency shows at Ericon Ballroom, and like, you know, they'll film some of the Ring of Honor stuff after Dynamite, and sometimes I'm like, okay, what are the matches? Like, if it's a match I'm interested in, okay, I'll hang out. When I heard Bandito was wrestling, I'm like, okay, I'm here.
Gotta see it.
I'm not leaving.
That is how he is. Like, and like you're saying, Hechicero was tremendous in this. Like his counters, the way that he floats them up, that little leg flip thing where he reaches back and then flips him up. Like sometimes I'm like, how do you even do that? And then he always kind of has a little style to it. Great. I love how they both had the kind of heated lucha style of trying to rip the other guy's mask off. So part of it, you could see like their eyes and all this stuff, just like added extra elements. But in the end, Bandito just had too much for him. He tried to hit the 21 plex. Hechicero stopped it. I love that, grabbing it, but then Bandito rolled him out and just caught him with the regular German suplex with the bridge. 1, 2, 3 for the finish. 5 stars. I don't know what else to say. Like all the elements you wanted in this match, everything you expected Bandito to do, he did. Everything you expected Hechicero to do, he did. They had tremendous counters, great spots, scary stuff, like everything you could want in a main event match.
Yeah. Love this match.
Shit was hot.
And then we ended on an excellent main event as well.
Yes, we did.
I thought, like, how do you top that? It turns out Athena did a pretty good job of trying to top that with a really good main event. It's Athena versus Mina Shirakawa for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. Started out with, of course, like Athena coming out with breakdancers, and I was like, okay. And then we got a Blue Meanie appearance out of nowhere, like going from like these guys doing like these like super cool breakdance moves, and then it's just like Blue Meanie doing his trademark dance. Was like, huh? How do we do this? And it was such a wrestling thing. Like I came away looking at this like, bro, I love wrestling, man.
Yes.
And this is why I don't understand when people act like wrestling has to be so self-serious and the matches have to always be perfect. Like the fact that Blue Meanie can come out and everybody understands this and it's hilarious. Like, bro, it's wrestling. Like, I mean, just even this week, how I'm sure you won't understand this reference, but Pokemon just put out that Mega Evolution for Harlucha, and all of these wrestling accounts have been like this is cool. Like all of these wrestlers being excited about Pokemon. It's just like,
because they released like it looked like a full match or whatever. I saw some people being excited about
it. Yeah. So he's got like this Mega Evolution. It kind of looks like Rey Mysterio, and the fact that all of these wrestling accounts were like, bro, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Wrestling is hilarious.
It's the funniest shit ever. Yeah, I did not expect Blue Meanie because they've been talking about where we are and what it is, but there wasn't a lot of like we're trying to play straight up tribute to ECW stuff in this show specifically until we got to this.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Hook appearance, and of course, like this building, his father helped to build this building. I mean, the Taz stuff we got this week also was very heartwarming as well.
Love that video.
Taz being an older guy and not trying to break in front of a crowd is still the funniest thing ever to me. Watching Taz become an old man with like a family is just like I never expected that, but what a great moment for him. He deserved it. I guess they're gonna do like the actual like ceremony and stuff for him on Wednesday because he wanted to get some more of his family in town.
Yeah, no, I love that video so much. Them getting Taz what Tony said about him and being there a long time ago as a kid and what Taz represents to this company and this building and all this stuff was tremendous work. Taz being like, my wife worked me, my son worked me, all that stuff was fucking funny, like great and well deserved.
I have to, after watching that, I have to give it up to Hook as well because Hook looks like a totally different person when he just is smiling and has a regular face on. He looks like a totally different person. He doesn't look like the wrestler we know that comes out with the stoic face. Like,
nah, he was looking just like his mom standing there cheesing.
Hilarious. Everybody has the orange shirts on. Tony had the exact orange shirt he had on that he wore to ECW. Somebody found like the picture of him in the crowd as well. I don't know how people do that, but somebody found that. What a great moment for Taz. And having Hook come out as a part of the Paul Walterhausen match as well in that arena. He's still doing Orange Averex. Great stuff.
It makes sense. It hits.
Yeah. So it was fun to see Blue Meanie here as part of the entrance. When he got in the ring and started doing the dance with Mina, and Athena was like, "Wait a minute, what are you doing? Get out of here!
You're gone." Threw him out immediately. Great bit because you don't want him distracting during the match, but you got the moment and then you got to send him out. Really good.
Yeah, loved it. But yeah, this match was very good. I think Mina has been on a run since she got to AEW. I think some people question this idea that Mina was being misused for Stardom because I definitely think she was. I think that she had the one like title reign that ended very quickly because she dropped the belt right back to Tam, and Tam ended up having double belts. But I don't think they ever pushed her as heavily as they should. I don't think they really understood what they had in Mina, and I think Mina has been out to prove a point since she left because her matches with AEW have been tremendous.
So much better than, especially since she's officially, when they were like, she's officially here, like all the matches have had some extra, something different. Like she's really shown why people talk about her the way that she does. This match right here, though, there was something about it. I mean, we've seen Mina in kind of big, extravagant matches, but we haven't seen her too much just locking it up with somebody, going blow for blow. And that's what kind of matches you get with Athena, them playing off of the all-in story of Athena broke her hand. Athena kind of shattered her dreams of getting to have the big match with Toni Storm. So she's here for revenge. Athena's in this kind of confusing space. She was just in this big program with Toni Storm. She could have potentially became the AEW Women's World Champion. She didn't. That was a disappointment. But she has to still come in and defend being the forever ROH Women's Champion and being the face of this brand. So there's all this kind of heat on her back. But she just like has been in this big pressure moment as the ROH Women's World Champion so much that she shined again. And I think there were so many moments in this match where I was like, damn, Athena's so fucking good. Like she could be the best wrestler in this entire company if given the opportunity.
Yeah. No, she's done this so many times in main events, and you put somebody down there with her, and she's gonna produce. I mean, I still think about how good those Willow matches were.
Yes,
and she was great here. The story they were telling of like her continuing to target the hand throughout the match and just how that played. You don't want to play that limb targeting game with Mina. Mina gets into a different mode where she's like starts targeting her knee and like trying to target her knee to make sure she couldn't get up to the top rope as quickly to hit the O face. That was very smart. I like how they actually build up to the O face by the end of the match. Yeah. So when she did finally hit it, it felt like it mattered. And it continues to be sold as like the most dangerous finisher in the world. Like once she hits that, it's over.
Yeah, and even before that, the fucking crucifix bomb that she hit before the sit-out one, nasty as hell. Just like, I mean, like you were saying, we saw such a great Bandito and Hechicero match, and I was like, well, how are the ladies going to potentially try to compete with that? And I think they did exactly what they needed to do. Athena was aggressive. Mina was also very aggressive too. I mean, she has the likable personality that we love. She came out dancing, she came out being that person. But when it was time to turn it up, she really turned it up and took the fight to Athena.
Yeah, she kind of works that same style as like somebody she was next to in Tam, where it's fun. I'm having fun. I'm happy to be here and have fun. But once the match starts, I'm like trying to like kick your head in and like hit you with like these crazy forearms and like trying to like break your knee.
Yeah, great match though. Great finish, power bomb into the O face. Both look super devastating. Mina was great selling and bumping throughout the entire match. Athena too. There was one point where Mina hit a tornado DDT on her in the cell. Athena has those 6 spike cells. Like she's really good at those.
Yeah, that tornado DDT she hit was crazy. Man, Athena's bag is so deep. Like it feels like every match she pulls out this move out of nowhere that I've never seen her use.
Yeah.
Like she did that here where she did like that she did like the straight jacket power bomb towards the end of the match, and I was like, where did that come from? Like
and like her bag is so deep. I feel like the biggest matches that she had, like the Mercedes and Toni Storm matches, were completely different than this match was. Like she like Mercedes brings a different style to almost every opponent that she has.
Yes. Love this match. I think like the closing stretch of this pay-per-view was very good.
Yeah,
and it just continues to kind of frustrate you because it's like, you can put the wrestlers here in matches and they're gonna deliver. Like, man, so give us a good week-to-week product to get people invested in this brand.
It could be so much more, is all I say. Like, you got it, but you could have more if you just invest a little bit of time. If you just start talking about matches a week, 2 weeks, just let people know what's on deck. This is a big show. People want to be primed and know what's going to happen on it. I was seeing too many people yesterday that were like, I didn't even know there was an ROH show. Thanks for telling me about it. So like, it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah. And I mean, I know they had to move the schedule around because they switched Supercard of Honor from WrestleMania weekend and added it to All In weekend. And then you're not even 2 months out going straight to Death Before Dishonor. And, routinely Ring of Honor pay-per-views, they're like quarterly. They're not monthly. So I'm sure that confused some people. and I don't think that they promoted it that well. But like I said, the closing stretch of this pay-per-view, like the last 3 or 4 matches were really, really good.
They all hit. The 2 title matches specifically, like if you're like, I don't have time for the show, watch the 2 last matches if you want to see what Ring of Honor has to offer.
Send us in your super chats and your upper chats. Get ready to get out of here. Suppose we have to preview this pay-per-view that will be taking place in Paris.
Petty.
Well, it shouldn't take too long. I think it's like a 6-match card. We can run through it pretty quick.
Definitely. Let's get into a few of these super chats, then we'll do that. The homie Hassan Batla says, "What's good, guys? Hoping for a Lee Moriarty face turn soon. He's too likable. Sammy and LFI unexpected, but don't hate it. Bandito wrestler of the year."
Yeah, it's only a matter of time with Lee. They're gonna have to turn him at some point. He's just too likable.
I think that, not that they're starting to tease it, but I could see it the way that in the promo yesterday where they all had the belts and they're like, we're about to go celebrate, and they have all this alcohol, and like Lee straight edge. He don't be drinking. He don't smoke. He don't do none of that. He's trying to go back to his room and draw. So like maybe that's going to play into it, you know?
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Hassan. And then Meet Norma says, "I'm late, but here's my top 5 rappers of all time: Dylon, and Dylon, because he spits hot fire. ROH TV needs to match the pay-per-view quality." Do you think? What's the question I'm gonna try to ask? Do you think people will tune in and pay for Honor Club if given a reason to?
Yes.
Yes.
I think if the show is good and word of mouth is good, people will watch. I don't know that it will be. I don't think that it will be like this like seismic change like people want it to be. And I think people that are like, oh, you know, they're one good year away from having like a TV deal and all of this. I don't know that I see that, because I still think that Ring of Honor is a very specific brand of wrestling for a very specific fan base.
It is.
And that's why I'm like, I think it can do well, but I do think they need to do a better job with also like utilizing YouTube and promoting the shows, putting certain matches on YouTube, and like getting people to want to watch the weekly show. I think that it's been such a self-fulfilling prophecy with Ring of Honor as a brand that nobody wants to watch it. And so it's treated like it just doesn't matter.
Because people feel like they don't have to keep up because of see that's where the gift and the curse thing where you were describing is like, you honestly don't, because they're gonna put together a great pay-per-view and you're gonna see the fire, but you should though. Like it shouldn't be this way. Like I think ROH could change a few things like you're describing, and it could be that like you don't have to I don't think you have to put the whole Thursday show on YouTube, but maybe the best match from the Thursday show on YouTube. Like there's ways you can do this.
It just feels inconsequential, and I don't think it's just that like the storylines and the direction don't feel like it matters. It just doesn't feel like it has like a purpose to AEW overall. Like I keep saying, like the thing with NXT is, you know what NXT is. NXT is a developmental product. If you want to see like the future of WWE before they get there, that's NXT. And I think that Ring of Honor needs like that kind of hook to it, and it doesn't have that.
It doesn't have that. No. It's like they tried to when they put the Ring of Honor guys on AEW, but they don't emphasize Ring of Honor enough when they do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, I think if it's apparent to us as viewers that, you know, this feels like kind of rushed and booked as you go, then it's going to feel unimportant, and it shouldn't feel that way.
No, it doesn't have to. Things could immediately be different too. Like you have all the resources, you just have to distribute them a different way. Yeah. That's all of our super chats. Thank you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. We got some Humper chats. We got one from Tony P. He says, then Paul and QT, we knew Paul has wrestling experience, even in hardcore matches, but I think this was one of the best. QT again shows his worth for AEW, working these type of story matches. Remember at one point when QT re-signed and they were like, basically they were going to keep him in office. He wasn't going to wrestle.
But then they forgot that, like, if you have somebody come in and you need them to be trained, they're probably going to train with QT, and then the easiest thing to do is just have them wrestle QT if they're going to have a match.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to QT.
QT is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
We got more from Tony P. He says Athena and Bandito are proving they are main event stars. Bandito at Zero match was beautiful. A hard-hitting mix of lucha, strong style, and technical wrestling. And then the main event, which was good, that Bailey even had to clap for it. Yeah. Bailey was watching.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it was fun over there, Bailey.
Mm-hmm. You could be too. It could be you too. Don't worry.
What you doing?
What you doing?
What you doing this
weekend? Oh man.
Yeah. More from Tony P says Mina really went into her bag for this match and told a beautiful and simple in-ring story of limb work with Athena. With the right story, I can see Athena / Mercedes being the first women's AEW pay-per-view main event match. I definitely think that Mercedes is going to main event an AEW pay-per-view. I'm just not sure who it's going to be with. I can see it being Tony. I can see Athena. I think with the right build, it could be Willow. But I do think Mercedes is going to main event a AEW pay-per-view eventually.
Tony might be the first to do it though.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah, I think the Mercedes Tony rematch is going to be big.
Me too. Big time.
We'll see. But I do think Mercedes is going to be the first woman to main event in AEW pay-per-view. It feels inevitable.
Mercedes.
See, we got some more from Tony P. He says, as for WWE, why give an effort into talking about it when they haven't given any effort? I will say that this, when you have a WWE fan say they watched their first AEW pay-per-view, liked it, and now wishes he can see a match like EO versus Rhea in an AEW ring, you got problems. I did not see that. Did you see what he's talking about?
No, I didn't. That sounds hilarious though.
Yeah. He says the way he was very complimentary of AEW women, and in his words, like how they're able to be free in the ring, hence why he wants the match in AEW. Not getting into Roger stuff. A lot of people / discourse has been gross about it. Have a good weekend. Appreciate you, Tony.
Appreciate that, Tony. It has been a pretty gross week.
Yeah. It might. I think what you're talking about, Tony, I might have seen the thumbnail for it and just scroll past it.
Yeah.
But
I do that often.
Yeah. From Tyrone Kid, he says, afternoon Graps. I like to start out by announcing my eligibility to the fan transfer portal after this Micah BS trade. Jerry has to go. Hands down, the best chant right now is Swerve's house in the middle of the street. Lastly, give me more Hoochie Shero. The Swerve's house in the middle of the street was very funny.
The UK London people did not disappoint with their chants. I thought it was great throughout most of it, and they were hot for most of the show.
Yeah. From CM Smiley, she says, afternoon, boys. Hope you are doing well. Doing the wifely duties of being a hubby show to get footage. Excited for Clash in Paris tomorrow. Hi, Reggie. Love you, friend.
What's up, Tracy? I hope that you're having a good time out there. I hope that things are fun, and I hope that you're well. I just talked to you. I know that you're well.
Clash in Paris will be taking place at the Paris La Defense Arena on Sunday. I think it's another afternoon show because of the time difference. But of course,
we've
got a 6-match card. So it's an interesting selection of matches. When I saw it, I was like, okay. There's some matches here that I'm kind of like, what?
For Paris too, but they know what they're doing.
Yeah. I continue to think that they're booking their main titles poorly.
Yeah.
I think it shows that Becky has been really pushing to make the Intercontinental title matter. She's been really pushing to get, feuds and matches with that belt. And so, I mean, since she's won that belt, since she's been back, it has been on every WWE pay-per-view.
Yep.
But they haven't given either of the main titles any of the focus. And I don't think it's a good sign that they're like, okay, well, the Intercontinental title's here, so we don't need another women's title.
Yeah, this was when people talked about having more championships for the women and trying to build legacy and prominence to the other ones. This isn't what they were talking about. Like, oh, put this one up and then forget about all the other ones. No, you want this one to get up and then you get the other ones up too. So everybody kind of deals with it. I mean, it is helping that championship and having Becky Lynch under it. Like, I hear about Becky more than any other women's wrestler at this point now. And like when something's attached to her, it means something.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show just the level of star she is and just how much she cares about women's wrestling. Because I mean, I'm sure she could have came back and pushed to be main champion, and they probably would have gave her that. And she could have did the same thing with the main belt. But the work she's done with the IC title this year is really, really commendable. But like I said, it really sucks that WWE were like, all right, well, Naomi had to vacate the belt, so we're not going to put the women's world title on the show. You could have easily had two women wrestle for the vacant belt on the show.
Yeah, I didn't understand that whole thing. And then Stephanie's been going through this whole time thinking she was going to have this big match in Paris, and she's had this number one contenders thing for a while. Like that was kind of silly.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of kudos to Becky because IC title feels like a bigger deal, and I legitimately think her feud with Lyra has been one of the best feuds this year. I'm assuming this is leading to something with Bayley. She's probably gonna have a feud with Bayley after this, but the idea that she's coming back and getting a Nikki Bella match is it's very telling, because again, it's just very telling to show how much she cares about women's wrestling, like different eras of women's wrestling as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is on this card. Nikki Bella versus Becky Lynch for the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. I don't see a world where Nikki wins here. Me and Emilio were talking about it on Ask Grapsody. He was like, "Nah, give Nikki that win. We can get back in our Nikki Sour bag." And I'm like,
"No, probably not.
No, I don't think that's happened. Becky's gonna win here, but I'm very curious to see how this match works. Becky has given Legend some great matches. She gave Lita one of her best matches. She's had good matches with Trish Stratus as well. So I don't think this will be any different.
And Nikki has wanted to, have all these kind of matches on her resume. Becky Lynch's, the Baileys, like the Four Horsewomen, and she wants to kind of establish herself in there. So I understand it. It's still kind of like, huh?
Yeah. Yes. We're getting Sheamus versus Rusev in a good old Donnybrook match. They've been really pushing this Rusev and Sheamus feud on SmackDown. They're going to have good matches together. This is one of those, like, even if you're not following the build or the weekly show is not that good, this match is probably going to hit.
This is like match number 7 or something. I feel like every time I turn on them, these guys are wrestling each other. But I mean, big match in Paris. It's going to be a shenanigans plunder match, so that should be worth something.
Very surprised to see this. Very happy for the guys. Doo-doo, 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 because I bought so hard.
How motherfuckers gonna find me? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, Street Profits are on this card, baby. Street Profits
ends in Paris, baby.
Let's go. Street Profits are heading to Paris. They will be challenging the Wyatt 6 for the WWE Tag Team Championship. I don't think the Street Profits are going to win here. No. I would gather Wyatt 6 are probably going to win. Yes. But just happy to see my guys on the pay-per-view card because they were not putting them on card for a long time. Look at this. Back-to-back, man. They were at SummerSlam and we're here too. Love to see it, man.
How many of these pay-per-views did not have a tag team championship match on them? A SmackDown tag, like a gazillion of them, like too many of them. So it is good to see them in this position. I think they earned it with a lot of great work this year. So that's great. I mean, Wyatt 6 is probably going to, beat them, but like just being here, I think is worth more than
happy to see them on a card, man.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't putting a lot of black folks on these cards, man. So especially these guys, like I just think it was crazy when they were talking about it ahead of SummerSlam that they had missed so many pay-per-views. Like,
right.
What's going on, bro? So, but yeah, I do think that Wyatt 6 will retain.
Right.
We also have Roman Reigns taking on Bronson Reed. They're still doing this Shula Fala thing. Bronson is milking this, which good for him, man. I think that he's gotten the best out of this, and being next to Rollins and being a part of the division. Roman Reigns, of course, is going to win here.
Yes.
But I think that this is a good spot for Bronson, man. At least that he's getting a big match. I know he missed the match last year in Perth, unfortunately, because he was injured. So dope to see him a part of the show.
Yeah, dog. I mean, how many singles Roman Reigns matches are there these days? Like, that just doesn't really happen. That means a lot for somebody.
Yeah, he's getting a Roman match, and he's got like a gimmick out of this where he could do the shoot thing. And man, getting a big match of this caliber in Paris, man, that's dope for Bronson.
But that's all you could want out of this, actually.
Yeah, but Roman Reigns will win here. I don't see a world where Roman loses.
No. 0%.
John Cena versus Logan Paul. This story of John Cena just completely doing away with all of his heel turn stuff, including that time where he teamed up with Logan Paul. Remember that? Nope. Turns out I don't like Logan Paul. That never even happened. So
that was a bit Money in the Bank. What is that?
Yeah. We were a tag team at what point? Trey Bizarre.
Yeah. Things have changed, and Cena really has said it out loud, right? I've seen everybody loving his promo.
Yeah, he's back to being the John Cena we know, of coming out and eviscerating people in promos. He has been cooking this guy for 2 whole weeks. Both of the promos that I've seen so far, I'm like, all right. Yeah, like this week he came out and said they put out this top 25 influencer list, and like I saw Kai Cenat on there, I Show Speed, all these other guys that are in your lane. I didn't see you on there.
Damn, why Cena had to do him like that?
And then he was like, Logan tried to get in his bag and try and tell him, yeah, wrap it up, man. You're going to wrap it up and be done with this anyway. And he was like, yeah, cool. You wanted this match. I'm giving you what you asked for. All right. Yeah. Logan Paul is going to lose here.
Definitely.
Yeah. Logan Paul is losing. John Cena is going to win here. I would assume there's going to be probably like some hint or setup for this WrestlePalooza match with Brock coming up soon.
Yep.
So he's got to finish up this loose end with Logan Paul to set up the remainder of the year. I was asking Emilio, who does he think like the remainder of the John Cena matches this year will be? Now that we know it's going to be Logan Paul, Brock. He's got about 4 months left of this farewell tour. I'd assume there's probably going to be a Rollins match in there.
I would think so.
I hope there's going to be an AJ match.
Hopefully. That's probably pretty lower on the list than I think of where they're going to try to go. But they should.
I think especially if AJ wins the Intercontinental Championship,
they
can build a story around Cena has never won that belt. And that's how you can get there. Maybe.
That could be a thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Triple H did his usual trick card of television title change this week. So Sami Zayn is your new United States champion. They did all of that stuff with Solo and Jacob, and I don't understand why they did that if it wasn't leading to Jacob winning the belt back. And then they just took Sami out of the title picture he was in and the storyline he was in with Seth Rollins and just put him over here. I don't know why they did that, but shout out to Sami, man.
Yeah, he got a big win. They mixed up the stories a little bit, and it was kind of confusing how we got here, but we got here.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to see him as world champion, but U.S. champion is just as good.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is just a side quest for him for now. He's still my pick to win the Rumble next year.
Right.
And if he's not, I don't know what we're doing. Like, this is it. This is the time. I saw Kevin Owens that was saying, look, he's great. And I was like, wait a minute. Didn't you just try to kill this guy? Didn't you just try to kill this guy at Royal Rumble?
He said he don't know anymore. His brain's confused. That's his friend, but he also hates him.
All right.
Shout out to
KO. What I would assume is going to be the main event. Seth Rollins will be defending the World Heavyweight Championship against CM Punk, Jey Uso, and LA Knight.
Yep. 4-way.
Yeah, Seth is gonna retain here. I don't see Seth losing here, especially this kind of show. This is kind of like a B pay-per-view. I don't see him losing here.
And not in this match. I can't see
No.
him. That's not the way to. You don't get heat on Seth Rollins by having him lose the belt in this whatever way you would think he's going to happen here. And I feel like they've been building the show Mondays around him and his crew for so long. Like I don't think it's the time to do that.
Yeah, there was the discourse this week about every Raw in the same way with like a Vision beatdown or a Roman Reigns return, and man, it feels like Triple H's booking and WWE run into the same problem with Survivor Series every year, where they have to book a big heel stable to build up to the War Games match.
Yeah,
and it's gotten stale. They've got to figure out a way to like change it up, because like this whole booking a stable to be this big menace all year round, and that's the lead.
Somebody has to come and defeat him. We got to put together a team, and right, yeah.
It's gotten stale. And I initially liked the addition of the War Games to Survivor Series because it changed things, but now it's like it's getting too repetitive.
Right, agreed. Just because I've been seeing a lot of people, a lot of WWE fans are like, I hope the Raw doesn't end the same, and it's been for like 8 weeks straight.
Same way, DQ finish. Here we go.
Legit 8 weeks in a row. People are saying that. I'm like, they need to change this, I think.
Yeah. But that is our Clash in Paris card. We'll probably review this thing next week.
Betty.
Probably be a decent show. There's some good matches here, but like when you think like I said, some of the stuff that's not here, like why is Cody not defending his belt here? Maybe because is he taking time off? I know he's doing the Street Fighter filming.
That's right.
Just announced that he had a new addition to the family. Congrats to him and Brandy.
Right. Yeah, shout out to the fam, man.
Yeah, it's just weird. This card, like you're doing this big international show. I mean, Roman's here. Like, cause they've been doing a bunch of international shows for a while, and Roman wasn't on the card, but like not having the main title here, not having either of the women's main titles here. So, interesting choice.
A bunch of shows I would expected international shows for Roman to be on, he wasn't on, and they're like, well, he's here now. So
he's here now.
It's gonna do what it's to do. It's gonna spark some conversations.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. You said it's an early show too?
Yeah, it's an afternoon show.
That's what's up. Let's get into a few super chats before we get up out of here. Michael Allen Lewis says, Reg, get your royalties. Hoochie Cheryl's everywhere. Hoochie Cheryl is everywhere.
There's some jokes that I see us make that I see other people all of a sudden start making as well. I'd just be like, you can credit where you got it from. No,
that's all I want, dude. You can keep it. It's yours, dog. Just say where you got it from. That's it.
That's cool.
That's it. Appreciate that, Mike. Hassan Butler says, I have to give props to Logan. The promos with Cena are hitting. If they're working towards a long story face turn for him, I think it's working. Logan Paul's going face?
You don't know about all that, buddy. I haven't come across liking Logan Paul more. I've come across like, I've seen this cooking this guy.
That's what I thought. Like everybody's like, oh no, he's getting buried. There ain't no way for him to do that. Logan Paul is a baby face. Like if they could do that, like WWE fans.
No thanks.
Wow. Like turning this heel into a baby face. Wow.
No, I'm good.
Appreciate that, Hassan. Arduous says, happy Grapsody Day, coming in late. Reg, because you couldn't make it to AG. Gotta suggest a comic for you. Do a Power Bomb by Daniel Warren Johnson. It rocks. I think somebody might have recommended that to me online, and I saw it, and it looks really dope. I need to look more into that.
Yeah.
Do a Power Bomb by Daniel Warren Johnson. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check into that, Arduous. I appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate you. Is that all of our super chats?
That's thing.
People are pointing out would he get cheered in Japan?
That's what I'm saying. There's still some parts of the world they're not fucking with him like that.
I think we have one more Humper chat. Let me just double check. Yeah, nah, I don't know. I don't know if their reaction is going to be like they wanted in Japan, bro.
Nah,
I don't know if he's allowed in that country.
it's not gonna be the same.
Yeah. Javier from Texas, he says, why hasn't the new Zack Sabre Jr. theme been released yet? I want to throw ass to it. Nah. Throwing ass to like the fucking Zack Sabre like technical music is crazy, bro.
Throwing ass is such a funny term. I love it.
Hilarious. Those are all of our Humper chats. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys sending in your super chats and tuning in this week. We will be back next Saturday on this very YouTube channel at noon Eastern, same time, same place.
Yes, sir. That's it. That's us.
But this has been Grapsody. I am Phil Lindsey. It's Righteous Reg. We are out of here.